This video is for Gavin Newsom. I'm gonna wait for a response from you, but I'm not. This video is for Gavin Newsom. I'm gonna wait for a response from you, but I'm not gonna stop messaging you, tweeting you, making videos to you, emailing you, writing you, calling you. I want to know what you're going to do for us Californians. I have had a business in downtown Sacramento for 15 years, a successful business. I now have to leave my place of business. I have to close my shop. I own a hair salon. Yes, I can go do hair somewhere else, but it's not as convenient to my clients as downtown Sacramento is. Thank God I live an hour and 10, 20 minutes away from there. But I just want to tell you what happens when I get to work. I have to clean up the poop and the pee off of my doorstep. I have to clean up the syringes. I have to politely ask the people who I care for these people that are homeless, to move their tents out of the way of the door to my business. I have to fight off people that push their way into my shop that are homeless and on drugs because you won't arrest them for drug offenses. I have to apologize to my clients as to why they can't get into my door because there's somebody asleep there, because they're not getting the help they need. I talked to the police officers. They told me to contact you. They want to do something and they can't. You changed the laws. So I want to know what you're going to do for us, the ones that are unhappy. You want to make us a sanctuary state. You want to make it comfortable for everybody except for the people that work hard and have tried their hardest to get along in life, and now we have to change that because of your laws. Your liberal ideology is not working, and I don't know who you're trying to please. So while you sit in your $1 million home and you don't have to look at what we have to look at, there's hardworking people out there that have to deal with this on a daily basis. What are you going to do for us? Huh?
Why are you video like recording?
Why, what?
Why are you recording? I'm saying, is you gonna eat your food in here or is you gonna...
Yeah, you said, I just bought this and this is my receipt, and you said I can't stay here unless I eat it quick.
Said that either you can sit here and eat your food or you're gonna have to leave and get out of the store.
Right.
You can't just sit in here and just sit and chill.
But I'm just sitting here like there's no customers or anything.
Yeah, we know that. But
Am I doing something wrong besides sitting here?
Recording, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be recorded. I need her being recorded. So she
Wait,
said,
why are you doing something wrong?
No, but she said if you don't get out, we gotta call the police.
Okay, officers, I don't have a problem leaving. I just want the
Things have gotten stranger and more surrealistic in the past decades, with hyperreality beginning to rear its head, micro-technological revolutions across the globe, different social phenomena coming into birth in the expansion of the federal government over the local governments. But this is the ultimate Pandora's box and the elephant in the room per se. when entire nodes of the sociological environment and social climate begin to break away and cause polarization among individualized components to a larger society. We have the phenomena of incels, NEETs, misogynistic ideation, divisive political ideologies, and what I like to call the gender wars. With the breaking down of civilization, whether it be external factors or internal factors be the cause, is irrelevant because of the larger macro-technological revolution that revolves around artificial human wombs, sex robots, singularity, man merging with machine, or commonly referred to as transhumanism, and gender nihilism or sexual relativity. With these new developments, it will lead to the elimination of differentiation and individualism via the availability to change appearance, status, gender, race, culture, or whatever individual node of society would identify as. I personally think that this will eradicate identity politics in place of a more abstract and indescribable phenomena where men and women are eliminated and the synthesis of the two dualistic genders will merge into one. Into this amalgamation of chromosomes, hormones, and genetic compositions. This will radically change the views of feminism and MR8 type of ideological impressions that are currently festering in society today. Modernity will be crushed and abolished under the new wave of futurism and scientific revolutionary thought that humanity has never seen before. Women will be made obsolete because of the artificial human wombs, and men will be pleasured by sex robots. Mathematicians will be obsolete and obscure because of the use of machines and neural transmitters within the brain that is synergistically collaborating in harmony with components in the brain. The brain itself may even be obsolete due to the development of advanced artificial intelligence that has perfect psychological composition and can solve abstract algebra. We will soon live in a new age of technological supremacism, in a post-human society where man himself is obsolete and useless but machine reigns supreme. Automation is already taking away job occupations from the American people, so much to the point where a presidential candidate has dedicated an entire campaign to solve it. His name is Andrew Yang. Things are becoming so intricate and complex to the point where de facto reality itself is not only subjective as philosophers may put it, but completely unintelligible and not comprehensible to the human eye and brain. Nihilism is irrelevant, and Christianity are more traditionally minded perceptions of the world, universe, and reality itself because of the post-human world that is approaching and the complexity and mixed multitude of the overall spectrum of individual nodes coexisting in this current sociological paradigm. Instead, at least personally for me, the world is in my image viewed through the lens of non-interpretivism, where essentially there is no objective procedure to determine reality or reason, and it is such a mixed multitude. Numbers chapter 11 verse 4. And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a-lusting. And the children of Israel also wept again, and said, Who shall give us flesh to eat? To the point where it is an information overload and nothing is objectively certain but random and unpredictable. Some people may interpret this as bad. Even this is the extension of the clown world that is manifesting among us, where the absurd has taken over all or most elements of society. This is the birth of absurdist nihilism, where nothing is certain, everything is unpredictable, and the universe is random and unorganized, contrary to the principle of sufficient reason. Things have gotten stranger and
But I will always be real with you. I will be bold without the bold. My wife and I, we fight insurance companies without the bold. But I will always be real.
Favorite curse word?
That doesn't seem like a smart thing to say here.
Because it's the most evocative.
Some pretty famous musicians, though, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I've known them.
So, guy we both knew, Dennis Wilson.
Yeah.
How do you remember Dennis?
Young man. He had a hard time with the truth because he was raised in that world. Hollywood, deceiving place. Hollywood's a hard place. You think one thing, you think everything's like Bing Crosby for the Irish music, but it's not. It's for the control, the mind, control, center of the world.
How did you meet them? In a poker game, and Elvis Presley's house. You did some recording with him, didn't you? You did some recording with him. Do you remember doing all that?
Yeah, they opened up their house, and I went through what they were doing, and I rejected it because I just got out of one prison, and I wasn't looking for another one. And their lifestyle that they live is pretty much controlled by the business manager that runs from New York City in his little red Ferrari. Did they tell you about the red Ferrari?
No. But the Beach Boys recorded one of your songs, didn't they?
They recorded more than one.
Which ones did they record?
I don't remember. I can't remember back that far. You know?
No, they ceased to exist.
The electricity, the light switches, the electricity runs off of a brotherhood that runs off of a cross, that runs off of a piece of clover, that runs off of 666, that runs up and down the hallways in Juvenile Hall from Boys Town, Nebraska. The light, the heart of man runs to brotherhood from the cross.
Okay.
And the brotherhood is, on some levels, is very violent and very nasty and very mean. And there's a struggle for points of reality. Some people say that Habarastas from India is the living God, you know, and I say, no, our Father, which art in heaven, is the living God, you know. And then there's an argument, and then the fire is thrown on me, and I burn up for that, you know. And then Union Carbide blows up, and a whole bunch of them burn up, and who's burning who up, and where is the center of the music?
Yeah. Let's keep on the music.
France wearing the pants with Elvis Cleaver and Huey Newton.
Yeah. It's all in those days. But let's try and keep on.
It's still today. It's still today. They're all fucking towards Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
And they're controlling the music with the abortion clinics, and the music controls that little girl, you know.
All right.
It's been decades since he inspired a horrific murderous spree that included a Hollywood starlet. Yet Charles Manson still holds a grip on part of the American psyche. Tonight, a new look at exclusive footage of Manson and details of his life behind bars, in his own words.
Yeah, we're ready.
His is a face of evil, seared in the minds of many, those whose lives he ravaged and those whom he convinced to commit murder. Charles Manson is a name not easily forgotten.
Hello.
These never-before-aired outtakes from a 1993 prison interview are in stark contrast to the brutal murders he is responsible for.
Can you see yourself in there?
Yeah, I can see myself in there. They don't have mirrors where I'm at.
Oh, really? So you never see yourself?
Well, yeah, they got little funny little things. You get a close look a little bit there. Beer's getting on. How are you doing?
This figure who walks into the room to talk to Diane Sawyer, who looks like he's been worn out and hung up wet for so long. Do not confuse that guy with the Manson of the late 60s.
We have a weird homicide.
Cuban massacre. 5 were killed. The Tate slayings.
The incredible brutality of these savage, nightmarish murders.
Fear was Charlie's game.
I walk and live in murder all my life.
Behind the gruesome killings, a cult leader, Charles Manson.
So, you...
I got a bone to pick with Christianity. I picked up my pen of irony and taken Christianity to task for being organized religion. What a ridiculous notion. See if you agree with me that all the external trappings found in religion won't help you a darn in becoming a true, authentic human being.
Bear witness to ancient mosaics shining through time. The Alps mosaic is waiting for you at the Hagia Sophia Museum. Don't miss it.
How it happened?
Well, it happened like I was a junior in high school, you know, 17-year-old punk shit. Just doing my thing, skating, hanging out.
What I mean is basically there's no...
This kid supposedly was supposed to be my friend, and I knew this kid for 10 years prior before this day. He asked me, hey, can you give me a ride to my cousin's house, you know, down in McD? All right, yeah, well, like, what part? Like the west side or the east side? And he's like, the east side. And I was like, nah, man, I don't got no business on the east side, you know? He's like, no, it's cool, man. Like the east side, that's like 7 Mile, like, it's like a third world country. The police, they won't stop and get out the car. They won't pull you over. If there's gunshots, they'll wait till everything's clear and they'll come pick your body up off the street and that's it. He's like, please, man, please. I'm like, no. So like a week goes by, you know, I'm still telling him no, like, because I had a feeling like, don't go down there. Kept asking me, I'll give you 30 bucks for gas, all this shit. I'm like, all right, whatever, you know, you're my friend. I'll take you down there. I go to school that day, and I get out, and everything seems normal. We go to the gas station, he gives me the money for gas. We drive down there. So I get off, and it's just like, I get that eerie feeling like you're in a bad spot. But it's like broad daylight out, beautiful day like today. And we're driving, and he's telling me where to go, and we pull on the street, and you know, there's people outside, and he's like, all right, that's the house right there. So he's like, you know, pull around back in the back. Like when I turned the corner to go right, like I seen it was like caution, like do not enter and all this shit, but I still, you know, because I knew him for so long, I just thought, you know, it's the D, it's, you know, whatever. There was a fence, like a grass area, my vehicle, and then houses right there. So it was like, nah, I wasn't in the middle of nowhere or anything. And like I get out, and he gets out, and like, it's only a couple seconds, I'm looking around. My ears are ringing, I'm like, man, that was close. And I kind of just glanced down, and my arm's just hanging off like a zombie. And I'm just looking at it, I'm like, yeah, this is, you know, it's not real. And I kind of shake it off and look again, and it's just hanging off my arm. And I'm like, okay, then it kicks in, like blood, like flowing, like an animal. And then I look up, and this kid's just holding a shotgun, like 10 feet away from me, just holding it right at me. And I asked him, I said, like, did you shoot me? And he just blew a hole in my chest like this big. So after that, I just dropped to my knees. I lost all my air. I couldn't see. I remember like being on my, like, you know, on my hands and knees, and I felt the barrel of the gun on my head. Felt this barrel just shaking still on my head, and so I smacked it away. But it was a shotgun, so it sprayed. So it still like hit me in the head really good, but it didn't blow my head off like a watermelon, just to pieces. So after that, I got a little sight, and I was like, okay, I'm still moving. Like, I don't know what's going on with my head, but I know I'm alive. And I remember I looked up, and he was just staring at me. And he took the butt of the gun and like smashed me in the face with it. Knocks my teeth out. Like I fall back, but I can still see at this point, and I don't understand like how I can see because I have so much damage to like my lung and heart. I felt like these hands like in my pocket digging for my car keys. Like, when he's trying to grab my keys, like I ended up on my stomach. And I look up and I see my Jeep Commander driving away, just driving away, flying away. And I said, okay, well, either I stay laid down in this spot right here and die, or I try to get up. So I try to push myself up, but like take my left arm, take it right out. So gunshot to the chest bigger than a soup bowl, and then my head all mashed up. I'm trying to push myself off the ground. Kept trying, and I'm like, all right, you know what, one more. I'm gonna try it one more time. And I pushed up, and then out of nowhere, I felt these arms from underneath me pick me up. And I remember like swinging trying to grab someone and there was no one around. And I was just like standing up still like a drunk, like, you know, zombie, just like, and I got this like a shove, like someone shoved me from behind to go forward. I must have got about 7, 8 feet. I just fell straight down. Because I remember I hit the ground like on my stomach. I'm like, all right, well, I went as far as I could. This shit's hurting like too much. Like, let me just close my eyes and start relaxing. Sure enough, I'd close my eyes and all the pain started going away. And then I'd wake up real fast and be like, this is not right. I just got shot 30 seconds ago. How's the pain stopping? And I'm like, don't worry about it. You know, go back to sleep. That's a good feeling when you're sleeping. So I'll pass back out a little bit, and then I'd be like dying. And then I'd wake myself up, like my own voice, third person. And, hey, man, get up, man, you're dying. And then like, I did that, and then I heard, hey, hey. And I like started hearing this guy, and he's like running over to me. So when I fell, there was like a probation officer at a stoplight, and he seen me fall out of the woods, like all bloody broad daylight. Then I felt his hand on my back, like, hey man, you're fine, don't close your eyes, you know, come on, the ambulance is coming, they're coming. And I'm like, man, like, I just want to sleep, leave me alone, man. But then in my head, I'm like, no, you don't, because if you fall asleep, you're sleeping forever. And I remember like getting on the stretcher, and they're putting me in the stretcher, and just like the facial expression of the paramedic was just like, just a stunned look on his face, but in the same time telling me I looked great. I looked beautiful, like you're gonna be fine. And then it just like blacked out, and I went to like I was outside of the ambulance on my skateboard, filming it, like rolling telephoto filming of the ambulance, and the doors open, everyone's panicking, and I see my legs coming out, and like once it gets to my head, blacked out. I was pronounced dead on arrival right there. John Doe had nothing on me. They said, you know, Doc, this kid's, you know, gone, and Doc said no. You know, I'm here, let me try. Let me try. Like when I was pronounced dead on arrival, like throw him in the body bag, he's dead. Like the doctor said no, like, you know, I'm gonna try to help him. This man doesn't know who I am. He could have said, yeah, he's dead, all right, I'm going back home. He said no, like I feel something, I'm gonna try. Did the heart surgery, gave me 24 hours to, you know, see if I was still breathing on the ventilator. After 24 hours, I was still alive. They fixed my arm and my head, and I woke up 3 days later. I remember like waking up, and it was still all white, like white everywhere, and I'm like, dead, dead. I'm 17, I'm dead. And then it starts to like come in, and it's like I see curtains, like a freaking oxygen tank, and I'm like and then out of nowhere, bam, perfect vision again. I'm in a hospital, and then I'm like tied down to the bed because I got the breathing tube in me. I got this thing pumping air into my lungs, so I start freaking out. There's a nurse there the whole time though. I didn't even notice her because I was all tied down, and I just hear screaming like, he's awake! He's awake! And I see her like running out of the room, and then like running back, like 3 more nurses and the doctor, just this woman just coming around the corner, flying, like throws her clipboard in the air, runs up to me, oh my God, you look beautiful. Like, and in my head I'm like, what do you mean? I look beautiful. I can't even, what's going on? Like, am I tied down? And then she's like, all right, 1, 2, and like on 2, she pulled that thing out of my throat, man. I got like, I got to breathe again, like real air, like, you know, of course I coughed up a ball of tar and BBs, but everyone was just looking at me like, you're alive, like you're breathing on your own right now. Like, what's your name? I don't know. What year is it? What? Who's the president? Huh? Is there any way we could contact anyone you know with the phone number? I was like, 27. Out of anything, my name, anything, the year, only thing I remembered after that was my father's phone number. For 3 days, my family didn't know. My father was outside, like, spraying out the garage, and he got the phone call from the hospital saying, I think we got your son, he's been shot, but he's alive. So, I don't know how my parents had it. I don't know how that feels, like you're a father. Like, so, I don't know, it chokes me up because, like, it's crazy, but they came down there and I remember, like, I seen my mom come in and my dad, and I'm looking at him, I was like, Mom, you can't get mad at me right now. She's like, mad? You're alive, you're alive. After like the 4th day, they were like, all right, get up, you know, start walking, like, let's go. I'm like, let's go where? He's like, you're going home tomorrow. I'm like, it's been 5 days. He's like, dude, you're going home. What do you want to live in a hospital? You want to go live your life again? I'm like, sir, I got a hole in my chest the size of a teacup. He's like, listen, Ross, I gave you a tip of advice. You live through this, you're gonna be okay. Just go home, live your life, don't hang out with these kids anymore. After 5 days, they sent me home. So, like, I'm shy, you know? My parents are asking me questions. My dad's asking, what are we gonna do about it? And I'm like telling him, like, Dad, I know who did it, you know? The next day, like, out of a movie, like, these men in suits came in. And my dad's like, yeah, can I help you? And they pull out their, you know, badges and FBI, you know. They say the kid's name. And I'm like, yeah, I know him, that's who shot me. He's like, oh, could you identify him through a picture? I was like, of course. Pull out a picture of the kid. I said, that's him right there. He said, Ross, we have him in custody. I said, how? I just woke up like 2 days ago. I just learned how my name again, like how to talk. He's like, the day blank shot you, he called blank and told him. So this kid shoots me and calls his buddy and says, hey, I shot Ross, he's dead. The kid's like, no, you didn't, you're lying. Because imagine another 15-year-old kid saying to a 15-year-old kid, you know? So after they hang up, the kid he told calls the police on him. And he was met by the SWAT team right at his front yard. Got him. And like, all I had to do was go to court and testify against him. I went in there, man, in a wheelchair, head still stapled, no teeth, 105 pounds because of all the blood I lost, arm cast, and I sat in front of 40 of his family and him, and he couldn't look me in the eye. He had his head down the whole time, and I had to tell my story like this to everyone. That was the first one. I had to go back to final sentencing, and that's when I was healed. Like, so I walked back in the courtroom the second time. He comes out in a purple suit, top hat, cane, and sunglasses. This is the kid who shot me at court, smiling. While his family cheers him on, says, like, way to shoot Ross, called me a coward because I was taking the justice route. Like, I didn't lower myself to his standards and go try to kill him. I spoke, and the judge, like, looked at this kid and said, you know, said his name, and he said, "Yo, Ross, thank you." And the kid just looked at the judge like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Because if you would have killed Ross that day, you would have got life in prison. But since Ross is a warrior and survived, you get a second chance." And he just slammed the gavel on him. Said, "Go have fun in prison for 35 years. Well, I found out that the cause of the shooting was because he had to join a gang. That was his initiation, was kill a random person. He had to pick someone, so he just thought I would be the guy to pick." Yeah, that happened in 2007. Been about 4 years. And I'm telling you, the first two were the hardest. It gets hard, like waking up and knowing like someone's trying to like shoot you down. You got to get through that every day. Like seeing people. Like I get on a bus, public bus, I'm freaking out the whole time. Like I don't trust anyone on the bus. For a while, my mother had to like take care of me as like how you do an infant, like washing, changing, feeding. Like I'm 17 years old and I got my mom bathing me. I can't move, I got no hand, I can't talk. I'm all weak. And my dad and mom were like, "Ross, like come on, like the doctors say, like give it time." And then all my friends like coming to see me, hanging out with me. I started getting more positive. One day I woke up and I felt different. Like I was like, you know what, this is my world. That's when like every time in physical therapy, like I would try to do something, mess up, I'd be like, well, it's like a nollie backside flip. Like you're gonna mess up until you try it and land it. When I'd mess up, I'd be like, no, I'd backside flip, and I'd get it. Like I'd do something with my hand and like put the thing in, and doctor would be like, "Oh yeah, good job, like you did it." And I'd be like, So I like started living my life as like skateboarding. It's been working. I'm very blessed. I see it now. Like when before, I'm like, you know, well, like I'm so unlucky. Like I went through all this getting shot, and really, like I look at it now after like maturing and growing up, like it just gave me like a whole new leg up on life and how I can live my life, and it's crazy. Like it's like makes me happy to be alive, and just like so grateful for everything. Like I just look at what I got. I don't look at what I don't have. Look at what I have.
The great Dr. Once said, "No free lunch in nature." And all the energy drinks and all the supplements and all the shit. There's no substitute. First off, there's no substitute for wanting to get out of bed in the morning. The best thing you can do. Like people talk about building up your immune system and all that kind of shit. And by the way, people tweet me stuff all day long that talks about moms when they drop the pacifier, they lick it off in their mouth and they pop it into the kid's mouth, and then the kid magically doesn't get sick. And all the shit I complain about with all the fucking food allergies, with soft-ass Whitey, and all the things I complain about all come to fruition magically. Why? I know everything because I know nothing. Said this 1,000,001 times. I'm intuitive. I'm tuned into the earth, man. I'm like a fucking idiot.
That was my top article.
Like
it's in the New York Times today. Parents that
Your top article is
no,
the one you're not going to get to?
I forgot. No, the parents that lick the pacifier, lower
When I was 13, when I was motherfucking 13, my dad left me. He left me because he thought that I was ugly. He thought I was the ugliest motherfucking kid he's ever seen in his goddamn life. And guess what? It hurt. It really hurt. Because when he told me I was ugly, I thought to myself, who the fuck is gonna wanna fuck me when I get older? Right? Who the fuck is gonna want to have sex with me when I get older? And then, you know what I did? I started hitting the gym. I started lifting weights. I started smoking crack. Just to help me get a more defined jawline. I started putting one foot after the other. I started doing everything necessary to get to the next motherfucking level. Nah, I mean, nigga. Cause this shit is not okay. You got to go forward. You gotta keep moving forward. You gotta put one foot after the other. She was a prostitute. She was homeless. She smoked crack. And guess what? I mean, I started trying to smoke crack with her, you know? And it made me feel good. Cause it made me feel high, motherfucker.
What's up? What's up, everyone? Navy SEAL Ranger Call. 1st Battalion, 62nd Platoon, 4th Lieutenant. I want to tell you guys something. Stay hard. You guys think that life is just about being a fucking blob, right? Not putting your mind to the test, not putting your body to the test, right? Oh, look, where is that cute chipmunk? So cute. Life isn't about putting your body to the test. It's not putting about your mind to the test. Life is about achieving your goals. It's about getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to run 5 miles and do 20 push-ups. Alright? That's what the fuck life is about. Life is about maintaining your diet. Alright? It's about looking great. Alright? Life is about running. Look at it. You know what? Life. Honestly, I'm gonna fucking kill myself. Don't do anything. Life is cool. I wanna do some heroin.
Life is about walking in on your life, getting plowed by a nice nigger bone. Knowing that everything you did for the past 25 fucking cunt. Knowing that everything.
Why does it always come down to like black cocks? Why? Like,
think the punchline is a black hot cover microphone.
Maybe. Yeah, you were.
Congratulations! You have fucked up the video.
What is this about? What is this about? This is fun. I also have the hammock in the fucking car.
Pass the carrots, please.
May I be excused, please?
What is that?
All right.
No smiley
boy.
face.
Okay, here we go.
I know what that
all right,
is.
well, we got the next guest coming on the show.
That's music.
Are you wearing
let's see, I don't know what his name is.
Douglas.
Wait, say again?
Please. He's just a child.
Dude.
Oh my god, this audio.
Yo, you gotta fix your mic, dude. Close everything that you have open on your Are you playing? You have the stream open? No, I don't. Okay. All right. Okay. This is kind of scary. I don't know what his
All
name
right,
is.
mister. What do you
let's
think
see.
you're doing?
Is that?
You call this a room?
He looks
This
like
is a pigsty. I want you to straighten up this area now! You are a disgusting slob!
Actually,
Stand
never
up
mind.
straight!
Oh my god.
Tuck in that shirt! Adjust that belt buckle! Tie those shoes!
he wearing?
Twisted sister!
Okay, all right, okay.
What
Let's
is
bring him
that?
on here.
Wipe that smile off your face.
All right,
Do
let's
you understand?
Let's bring him on.
What
His
is
name
that?
Carl.
A twisted
Hey,
sister
Carl,
pin
how are you?
on your uniform!
Hey, how you doing? I'm just
What
hearing so
kind
many
of a
goddamn
man
echoes.
are
Can
you?
please lower that the fuck
You're
down?
worthless
Yeah,
and
sure,
weak.
yeah. Hey,
You do nothing.
Hey,
You
Red
are
Furnace
nothing.
Six.
You sit in here all day and play that sick,
Red Furnace Six, would
repulsive,
you mind muting
electric
your
twanger.
microphone?
I
Please.
carried an M16 and you carry that guitar.
Anyways,
Who are you? Where do you come from?
Welcome aboard, man.
Are you
Welcome
listening
aboard
to
the
me?
show. Go ahead
What
and
do you
introduce
want to
yourself,
do
please.
with your life?
Oh, me? Okay.
Yeah.
Me, right?
I want to rock. Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a little rhyme. I met a cute ass girl from Salt Lake City, 2 core legs and 2 rubber titties.
Okay, stop.
She likes
Stop, Carl.
Well, he looks good.
He was about to get POS unfriendly.
Yeah.
All right, go say it again.
Snakeskin binoculars, red companions. Xxxix on the suede mansion. My bedroom had a bedroom. My wrist be dancing. My bedroom had a bedroom. My wrist be dancing. The flyers stay slipping. We living down by the kitchen, chopping no dishes. Grab the pot for ambition. We hopped over fences, banana yellow Fiskars. Push and crack like we invented it. Chef Cool, Louis, Ruben, Duffel, got 10 in that. The Kobe Jordan pack, we was kicking it. Anti-social, social club with the snub, yo. Gay detective, Lil Love Boat. Grand Wizard, protect band, lizard, hand kiss it. Miami Beach, Geiger's on Biscayne. My shooter seen his P.O. in Biscayne. Thank God for my wrist game. Counting money in the bubble bath. Whip half, I got another half. Whip, rockin' venomant. Backhand you with the 40 ass Lord, you had to spin. A Cold War Letterman. You would never be better than Shot-Tech win. Pulled up, Reggie, yeah, looking all devilish. Word to the goggles on my Hebrew Brantley. Rest Supreme Louis gloves, eating scampi. Supreme Louis box logo with the fofo. The way we sellin' squares, you swear them shits is BOGO. Shit's BOGO. You swear them shits is fucking BOGO.
Jump into a conclusion, cause it starts your evolution. Like the trees dumped into some dust blunt fusion. A whole cocktail of mine, chemicals to real time. It's all good, long as you ain't inhaling swine. Dear decline, scared money makes none. Take one, be sure to flush before the jakes come. Oh, sharp. Specialty is flow art, smart, but going circles like a go-kart. Yeah, don't start, make them have to finish. Just bounce like gold diggers, once the dough diminish. Phony, it gets lonely at the finish. Yo. You see, some deal dope, others steal hope. What's revealed is of a certain field, grow, yellow, moist, mushy, banana peel coke. At worst, could not be confused with real soap. No, you see, disaster is intended in the face of truth. Don't ever be offended. Overstand the past to get a grasp of the present. I make it faster than you spend it. End it.
Lay down laws. We take it with yours. We do jokes, rusty doors. Here come the to make breeze, the guns talks. In full force, the team will go at your main source. My non-Taurus hit bosses and take hostage. Your whole setup from the ground up, we lock shit. Blood flood your eye, fuck up your optics. Switch to kill instincts for niggas pop shit. Your nigga know it was the topic. 9 pound, we rocked it. 96 strike back with more hot shit. Illuminate, my team will glow like radiation with no time for patience or complication. Let's get it done right, my click in tight. Trapped in the never-ending gunfights, and niggas lose stripes and lose life. Jail niggas sending kites to the street over some beef that wasn't fully cooked. Finish them off, well done me. Then said 22 slug to your head. Travel all the way down to your leg.
Hey yo, it's hell on earth. Who's next are gonna be first? The projects is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you. It's right in front of your eye. Hey, yo, what's hell on earth? Who's next are gonna be first? The projects is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, yo, it's right in front of your eye. We rep the QBC, nigga rep yours, it's all love. Millie stack bound, heavily guarded by hollow tip slug. Then crack down, I wanna be thugs. Adapt the gas sound and bow down. Slow the fuck up, see how I'm foul now? Articulate, hitting body parts and start shifting shit. Never hesitate, it's the rap game unlimited. Sign my roster, we can do this. Forever infinite, then reminisce. 20 years later, how we was getting it. Either with me, go against the grain, you better hit me. Legging me, you're robbing me. Niggas better body me, cause it's a small world of niggas talking like bitches. Bitches singing like snitches, pointing you out in pitches. Cause she rep the UBC faithfully. Player hating me, all that bullshit is just making me more the better. The concentrate on getting cheddar. If shorty set you up, you better dead her. I told you, take remote you, son you, then I hold you. Like a pimp, mind control you, double edge, blow you, handle BI like I'm supposed to. The click is coastal, international, you local. Bacardi mix, physically fixed. Hit you with shit that'll leave a loose nigga stiff, properly fixed. Son, I solved them, pulled them in my world and involved them in chaos. Walk the beat like around the wake cops, the average pissed off. QB City, dog, for the part 3, Gotti Gambino and Ty Nitty. Scarface, rest in peace. Who's next are gonna be first? The projects is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes. Hell on earth, who's next are gonna be first? The projects is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes.
Yo, the heavy metal king hold big shit with spare clips. You see eclipse when the max spit, your top got split. Laying dead with open eyes, close his eyelids. Turn off his light, switch to darkness. It's deep in the abyss of street life. Blood on my kick, shit on my knife. Use the wild child, kick or turn them into mice. I was born to take power, leave my mark on this planet. The phantom of crime rap, niggas is left stranded. Shut down your operation. Close for business, leave a foul taste in your mouth like Guinness. POW niggas is found, MIA, remove like the special forces, Green Beret, heavily around my throat. I don't play shit brand new, back in 89 the same way. The guard P, walk with a limp, see, but simply simplify shit. No man can go against me, assess me, you must be bent, G. Don't tempt me, I had this full clip for so long, it needs to empty. The reason why I full for so long, cause I don't waste shit. You properly hit, blood in your mouth so you can taste it. Quiet as kept, I lay back and watch the world spin. I hear thugs claiming that they're gonna rob them all when they see us. I tell you what, black, here's the issue, it's a package deal. You rob me, you take these missiles along with that. I ain't your average cat, fuck rap. I'm trying to make cream in that stack. Whatever it takes, I have it got to go down. 4 mics on stage, a motherfucker 4 pound. Speakers leaking out sound and niggas leaking on the ground. I could truly care less, the guard gon' get his regardless. Blow for blow, let's find out who hit hardest. This rap.
Black block shells in a tank, yeah.
Artist used to be a stick-up artist. Sometimes I test myself, see if I still got it. Alive niggas stay on point, never disregard shit or forget the essence for which I emerged. PS6, say that bullshit for the birds, nigga. Live up to my words, if I got beef, niggas coming in herds. We flush through your clique, get purged. Artist used to be a stick-up artist. artist. Sometimes I test myself, see if I still. Yo, the saga begins. Begin war. I draw first blood, be the first to set it off. My cause, tap all jaws, lay down laws. We take it was yours, we do jokes, rust the doors. It kinda D's trying to make breeze of guns toss. And full force, the team will go at your main source. My non-Taurus hit bosses and take hostage. Your whole setup from the ground up, we lock shit. Blood flood your eye, fuck up your optics. Switch the kill instincts for niggas pop shit. Your nigga know it was the topic. 9 pound, we rocked it. 96 strike back with more hot shit. Illuminate my team will glow like radiation with no time for patient or complication. Let's get it done right, my click airtight. Trapped in the never-ending gunfights, and niggas lose strikes and lose life. Jail niggas sending kites to the street over some beef that wasn't fully cooked. Finish them off, well done me. Then said 22 slug to your head. Travel all the way down to LA.
Hey yo, it's hell on earth. Who's next are gonna be first? The project's the front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you. It's right in front of your eyes. Hey, yo, it's hell on earth. Who's next are gonna be first? The projects is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, yo, it's right in front of your eyes. We rep the QEC, nigga rep yours, it's all love. Millie stack bound, heavily guarded by hollow tip slug. Then crack down, the wanna be thugs, adapt the gas sound and bow down. Slow the fuck up, see how I'm found now? Articulate, hitting body parts and start shifting shit. Never hesitate, it's the rap game unlimited. Sign my roster, we can do this, forever infinite. Then reminisce, 20 years later, how we was getting it. Either with me, go against the grain, you better hit me. Legging me, you're robbing me, niggas better body me. Cause it's a small world, the niggas talking like bitches. Bitches singing like snitches, pointing you out in pitches. Cause she rep the QC faithfully, player hating me. All that bullshit is just making me more the better. The concentrate on getting cheddar. If shorty set you up, you better dead her. I told you, shape and mold you, son you, then I hold you. Like a pimp, I control you, double edge, blow you in the BI like I'm supposed to. The click is coastal, international, local. McCarty mix, physically fixed. Hit you with shit that'll leave a loose nigga stiff, properly fit. Son, I solved them, pulled them in my world and involved them in chaos. Walk the beat like around the way cops, the average pissed out. QB City dog for the part 3, Gotti Gambino and Ty Nitty. Scarface, rest in peace. Who's next are gonna be first? The projects is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes. Hell on earth, who's next are gonna be first? The projects is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes.
Yo, the heavy metal king hold big shit with spare clips. You see eclipse when the max spit, your top got split. Laying dead with open eyes, close his eyelids, turn on his lights, switch to darkness. It's deep in the abyss of street life. Blood on my kick, shit on my knife. Use the wild child, kick will turn them into mice. I was born to take power, leave my mark on this planet. The phantom of crime rap, niggas is left stranded. Shut down your operation, close for business. Leave a foul taste in your mouth like Guinness. POW niggas is found, MIA. We move like special forces, green beret. Heavily around my throat, I don't play shit brand new. Back in 89 the same way. The guard P, walk with a limp, see. But simply, simplify shit, no man can go against me. Test me, you must be bent, G. Don't tempt me, I had this full clip for so long, it needs to empty. The reason why I full for so long, cause I don't waste it. You properly hit, blood in your mouth so you can taste it. Quiet is kept, I lay back and watch the world spin. I hear thugs claiming that they gonna rob them all when they see us. I tell you what, black, here's the issue, it's a package deal. You rob me, you take these missiles along with that. I ain't your average cat, fuck rap. I'm trying to make cream and that's that. Whatever it takes, I have it got to go down. 4 mics on stage, a motherfucker 4 pound. Speakers leaking out sound and niggas leaking on the ground. I could truly care less, the guard gon' get his regardless, blow for blows, find out who hit hardest. This rap artist used to be a stick up artist. Sometimes I test myself, see if I still got it. Alive niggas stay on point, never disregard shit or forget the essence from which I emerged. PS6, say that bullshit for the birds. Live up to my words, if I got beef, niggas coming in herds. We flush through your clique, get purged.
I'm saying, so we gonna get these. Check this out, son.
I got you stuck off the realness. We be the infamous, you heard of us. Official Queensbridge murderers. The mark comes equipped for warfare. Beware of my crime family who got enough shots to share for all those who wanna profile and pose. Rock you in your face, stab your brain with your nose bone. You all alone in these streets.
police, cousin. Every man for theyself in his land, we be gunning. And keep them shook crews running like they supposed to. They come around, but they never come close to. I can see it inside your face, you're in the wrong place. Cowards like you just get their whole body laced up with bullet holes and such. Speak the wrong words, man, and you will get touched. You can put your whole army against my team, and I guarantee you it'll be your very last time breathing. Your simple words just don't move me. You're minor, we major. You're all up in the game and don't deserve to be a player. Don't make me have to call your name out. The crew is featherweight. My gunshots to make you levitate. I'm only 19, but my mind is older. When the things get for real, my warm heart turns cold. Another nigga deceased, another story gets told. It ain't nothing really. And yo, done sparked the Philly, so I can get my mind off these yellow back niggas. While he's still alive, I don't know. Go figure. Meanwhile, back in Queens, the realness and foundation. If I die, I couldn't choose a better location. When the slugs penetrate, you feel a burning sensation, getting closer to God in a tight situation. Now, take these words home and think it through. Or the next rhyme I write might be about you. Son, they shook, cause ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Scared to death and scared to look. They shook, cause ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Scared to death and scared to look. Living the life that is diamonds and guns. There's numerous ways you could choose to earn funds. Some get shot, locked down, and turn nuns. Cowardly hearts and straight up shook ones, shook ones. He ain't a crook, son. He just a shook one. Tooth for a tooth. Yo, happy that for every rhyme I write, it's 25 to life. Yo, with so much gas you trust, safeguard of my life. Ain't no time for hesitation. That only leads to incarceration. You don't know me, there's no relation. Queensbridge empty, you don't play. I don't got time for your petty thinking mind, son. I'm bigger than those. Claiming that you pack heat, but you're scared to hold. And once the smoke clears, you be left with one and you don't. 13 years in the projects, my mentality is what, kid? You talk a good one, but you don't want it. Sometimes I wonder, do I deserve to live? Or am I going to burn to hell for all the things I did? No time to dwell on that, cause my brain reacts. Front if you want, kid, lay on your back. I don't fake jazz, kid, you know I bring it to your life. Stay in a child's place, kid, you out of line. Criminal minds thirsty for recognition. I'm sipping, E and J got my mind flipping. I'm bugging, digging my ways out of hope for hustling. Get that loot, kid, you know my function. Cause long as I'm alive, I'm a live illegal. And once I get on them, I put on all my people. React with the lyrics like Max ahead. You don't know when I roll on the beat, go sleep because I'm free. Son, they shook, this ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Scared to death and scared to look. They shook, this ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Scared to death and scared to look. They shook, cause ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Scared to death and scared to look. They shook, cause ain't no such things as halfway crooks. Living the life that is diamonds and guns. There's numerous ways you can choose to earn funds. Some get shot, locked down, and turn nuns. Cowardly hearts and straight up shook ones, shook ones. He ain't a crook, son. He's just a shook one. Yeah.
Peggy 3.
Hey yo, you better flee, hops, or get your head flown 3 blocks. L keep rappers' hearts pumping like Reeboks. And every year I gain clout and my name sprouts. Some brothers that still be virgins if crack never came out. I got the wild style, always been a foul child. My guns go boom, boom, and yo guns go pow, pow. I'm known to have a hottie open. I keep the shotty smoking. Front and get half the bones in your body broken. And when it comes to getting nookie, I'm not a rookie. I got girls that make that chick Tony Braxton look like Whoopi. I run with sturdy clicks, I'm never hitting dirty chicks. Got 35 bodies, buddy, don't make it 36. Step to this, your good is gone. Word is born, I leave mics torn when I put it on. So put it on, Big L, put it on. Come on, put it on and on and
on. Come on, put it on. Big L, put it on. Come on, put it on. Represent, put it on. Come on.
Nobody can take nothing from Big L but a lost chief. The last punk who fronted got a mouth full of false teeth. I'm known to gas a hottie and blast a shotty. Got more cash than Gotti. You don't know? You better ask somebody. Big L is a crazy brother, and I'm a lady lover. A smooth kid that'll run up in your baby mother. I push a slick Benz. I'm known to hit skins and get ins and commit sins with sick friends. Cause I'm a money getter, also a honey hitter. You think you nice as me? Haha, I use a funny nigga. I flows, so one of my shows wouldn't be clever to miss. I'm leaving competitors pissed. To tell you the truth, it gets no better than this. I'm catching wreck to the break of dawn. In this song, yo, it's a must that I put it on.
Yeah, so put it on, Big L, put it on. Come on, put it on, big fella, put it on and on. Put it on, Big L, put it on. Represent, put it on. Come on, put it on.
Some boy see we gun nozzle and take a whiffy choke. Boy, you're going dead before you see we gun smoke. See we gun nozzle and take me fi choke. You're going dead from me, you perform.
I drink my wet, not Beck's beer. I stay dressed in slick gear. Peace to my homies in the gangster lane. I see you when I get there. And it's a fact I keep a gat in my arm reach. I charm freaks and bomb geeks from here to Palm Beach. I'm putting rappers in the wheelchair. Big L is the villain you still fear. Cause I be hanging in Harlem and shit is for real here. If you battle well, you pick the wrong head. I smash mics like cornbread. You can't kill me, I was born dead. And I'm known to pull steel tricks and kill pigs. I run with ill kids and real niggas who peel wigs. My raps are steady slamming. I keep a heavy cannon. It's a new sheriff in town and it ain't Reggie Hammond. Peace to my peoples, the children of the corn. Cause we put it on, adios, ghosts, I'm gone.
So put it on, Big L, put it on. Come on, put it on, big fella, put it on and on. Big L, you gotta put it on and on. Put it on, Big L, put it on and on. Word up, you know what I'm saying? My man Big L, running things for the 9-4, the 9.
Showbiz and AG.
Yeah, they be putting it on and on.
I can't forget Diamond D.
He be putting it
The
on.
whole DITC.
Yeah, they be putting it on
and
and
of
on.
course Kid Capri.
Yeah, I be putting it on.
Today is another day to find you shying away. Okay, and say after me, it's no better to be safe than sorry, and take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. And all things that you say, is it life or just to play my worries away? You're all the things I've got to remember. You're shying away. I'll be coming for you anyway. Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or two. I'll be gone in a
World was on fire, no one could save me but you. Strange what desire will make foolish lovers do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. I never dreamed that I'd love somebody like you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love with you. with you. What a wicked game to play. Let me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do. Let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do. Let me dream of you, and I don't wanna fall in love. Story's only gonna make it hard. No, I don't wanna fall in love. Story's only gonna make it hard. With you. No one could save me but you. Strange what desire will make foolish lovers do. I never dreamed that I'd love somebody like you. I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love.
It reminded me of my dog, Callie. She died when I was 8, and she crawled underneath the porch.
Donnie, what did Roberta Sparrow say to you?
She said that every living creature on Earth dies alone.
How did that make you feel?
It reminded me of my dog, Callie. She died when I was 8, and she crawled underneath the porch.
To die.
To be alone.
Do you feel alone right now?
I mean, I'd like to believe I'm not, but I've just never seen any proof, so I just don't debate it anymore, you know? It's like I could spend my whole life debating it over and over again, weighing the pros and cons, and in the end, I still wouldn't have any proof, so I just don't debate it anymore. It's absurd.
The search for God is absurd.
It is if everyone dies alone.
Don't ask me what you know is true. Don't have to tell you I love your precious heart. I was standing, you were there. Two worlds collided, and they could never tear us apart. We could live for 1,000 years, but if I hurt you, I make wine from your tears. I told you that we could fly, 'cause we all have wings, but some of us don't know why. I was standing, you were there. Two worlds collided, and they could never, ever tear us apart.
I'm voting for Dukakis.
Well, maybe when you have children of your own who need braces, and you can't afford them because half of your husband's paycheck goes to the federal government, you'll regret that
My
decision.
husband's paycheck?
Oh.
Anyway, I'm not gonna squeeze one out till I'm like 30.
Will you still be working at the yarn barn? Because I hear that's a really great place to raise children.
That's really funny.
No, I think a year of partying's enough. She'll be going to Harvard next fall.
Mom, I haven't even gotten in yet.
Do you honestly think Michael Dukakis will provide for this country till you're ready to squeeze one out?
Yeah, I do.
When can I squeeze one out?
Not until 8th grade.
Excuse me.
Donnie, you're such a dick.
Whoa, Elizabeth. A little hostile there. Maybe you should be the one in therapy, then Mom and Dad can pay someone $200 an hour to listen to all your thoughts, so we don't have to.
Okay. You want to tell Mom and Dad why you stopped taking your medication?
You're such a fuck-ass.
Please.
Did you just call me a fuck-ass?
Elizabeth, that's enough.
You can go suck a fuck.
Oh, please tell me, Elizabeth, how exactly does one suck a fuck?
You want me to tell you?
Please, tell
We
me.
will not have this at the dinner table. Stop.
What's a fuck ass?
And part of the reason that I took a year off was to be with you. What?
How did you know?
I didn't know it was such a big deal.
It is a big deal.
I'm reading. Get out of my room.
Where do you go at night?
You just get out of my room.
Did you toilet paper the Johnson's house?
Is that what you came in here to ask me?
No.
I stopped rolling houses in the 6th grade, Mom.
What happened to my son? I don't recognize this person today.
Then why don't you start taking the goddamn pills? Bitch.
Our son just called me a bitch.
You're not a bitch. You're you're bitching, but you're not a bitch.
But I want to be a president of the United States who makes sure that we never again do business with a drug-running Panamanian dictator, that we never again funnel aid to the Contras who convicted drug dealers. Values begin at the top. Those are the values I want to bring to the presidency and to the White House beginning in January of 1989.
Panama is a friendly country.
Tell him, George.
I went down there and talked to the president of Panama about cleaning up their money laundering. Mr. Noriega was there, but there was no evidence at that time. And when the evidence was there, we indicted him.
Wake up. I've been watching you. Come closer. Closer. "28 days, 6 hours, 42 minutes, 12 seconds. That is when the world will end."
Why?
When the world will end.
Son? Son? Donnie Darko? Donnie Darko? What the heck's going on here?
Who is it, Don?
It's Eddie Darko's kid. I'm sorry about this, Jim. He's just a neighborhood kid. He just...
Guess he was sleep golfing?
Watch out for that drool spot.
Are you all right, son?
So, let's stay off the links at night, okay?
I'm sorry, Dr. Fisher. Won't happen again.
Let's golf.
Mm-hmm.
No one's allowed friends. This is my house. Said no one's allowed. My house.
Who's your brother?
It fell in your room.
It's Darko. I'm Bob Garland. I'm with the FAA.
The what?
I'm with the FAA. If you don't mind, we'd like to speak to you and your husband privately.
Private?
Please. And here. All right. We have arranged for you to stay at a hotel, get some sleep, and we will take care of things here.
Great.
Thank you.
Kids, come on, we're going to hotel.
They don't know where it came from.
Hey, Mo, where's Pop? He's still at work.
It fell from the plane. Then what happened to the plane?
They don't know, Samantha.
Is there any way we can make money from this? Can we get on television if we sue the airline?
Shut up, Sam.
Why do I have to sleep with Donnie? He stinks.
When you fall asleep tonight, I'm gonna fart in your face.
I'm telling Mom.
Samantha, don't go over there.
Frankie Fiedler. You remember? From high school. He died. Remember? On his way to the prom. They said he was doomed. Jesus. They could be saying the same thing about Donnie. Our Donnie. But he dodged it. He dodged his bullet, Rose. Somebody was watching over you.
Mrs. Farmer will bring you home after practice. Donnie? Bye, honey. Donnie. Good luck.
Oh my God. Okay, tell me everything. I'm not allowed to talk about it. My God. Hi, Sharita. Shut up.
Darko cheats death, huh? You're like a celebrity, man. I've been like calling you like a jillion times. Where you been?
We stayed at a hotel.
Hey, my dad said he saw you at the golf course. You sleepwalking again there, buddy?
I don't want to talk about it.
And now that you're famous, you gotta have a smoke.
What happens if you tell Mom and Dad about this, Sam?
They'll put Ariel in the garbage disposal.
God damn right I will.
So, Brody.
Hey, Sharita, you want a cigarette?
Shut up! Shut up!
Go back to China, bitch.
Just leave her alone.
Some good shit, huh? It's a fucking cigarette.
Even the grown-up gangs who ran the betting at the All-In Wrestling and the Barrow Boys would hear with respect of how old Misery's house had been destroyed. It was as though this plan had been with him all his life, pondered through the seasons, now in his 15th year, crystallized with the pain of puberty. What is Graham Greene trying to communicate with this passage? Why did the children break into old Misery's house? Joni?
They wanted to rob him.
Joni, if you had actually read the short story, which at a whopping 13 pages would have kept you up all night, you would know that the children find a great deal of money in the mattress, but they burn it. Donnie Darko, perhaps with your recent brush with mass destruction, you can give us your opinion.
Well, they say it right when they flood the house and they tear it to shreds, that, like, destruction is a form of creation, so the fact that they burn the money is ironic. They just want to see what happens when they tear the world apart. They want to change things.
May we help you?
Yeah, I just registered and they put me in the wrong English class.
You look like you belong here.
Where do I sit?
Sit next to the boy you think is the cutest.
Quiet! Oh my god.
Better choose. Joni, get up.
What people don't understand about this upcoming election is that Michael Dukakis does not have the financial infrastructure in place to defeat him.
Well, construction guys say it'll take about a week to fix the roof. Damn airline better not fuck us on the shingle match.
You still don't know
Know what?
where it came from?
Oh, no. Apparently they can't tell us what happened yet. Something about a matching serial number that got burned. I had to sign a form saying I wouldn't talk to him.
So we're not supposed to tell anyone what nobody knows.
Yes. But you tell, what's your doctor's name?
Dr. Thurman, Dad.
Yes. You tell Dr. Thurman whatever you want.
Dad.
What?
Dad!
Oh! What's that woman doing standing out in the middle of the damn road?
No mail today, maybe tomorrow.
Well, what'd she say to you?
I met a new friend.
Real or imaginary?
Imaginary.
Would you like to talk about this friend?
Frank.
Frank. What did Frank say?
Said to follow him.
Follow him. Where?
Into the future.
And then what happens?
And then he said... that the world was coming to an end.
Do you think the world is coming to an end?
No. That's stupid.
For my entire life, I was a victim of my own fear.
Love.
I was feeding fear with food.
Fear.
And finally, I looked in the mirror. Not just in the mirror. I looked through the mirror. And in that image, I saw my ego reflection.
For 2 years, I thought it was normal for a 10-year-old to wet the bed. We tried everything. But the solution was there all the time.
I'm not afraid anymore.
All over America, People have come together to join hands. People who believe that human life is absolutely too important, too valuable, and too precious to be controlled by fear.
Pay close attention. You could miss something.
Hello, my name is Jim Cunningham, and welcome to Controlling Fear.
The prince was led into a world of strange and beautiful magic. Wow.
The Last Unicorn by Samantha Darko. There was once a unicorn named Ariel.
Tommy! You wrinkled it.
It's not wrinkles, Sam. Just,
Hey, flattening a book or something.
it's almost 7:45. The bus should have been here like 20 minutes ago. Maybe Martha Moo finally went nuts and hijacked the bus. Hey, you know, there's like this rule. At 7:45, we get to go home. There's no rule.
Sharita, you should go home.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're still here and the bus comes, we're all gonna get in trouble.
Shut up.
Yeah, Dad. Hey, Porky Pig. I hope you get molested.
Can't believe it. Mama said the school is closed today because it's flooded. No way. Yeah.
Holy shit, that's the best news I've ever heard.
My God, is this ever going to stop?
Eventually, yes, it will. But right now, I got 12 classrooms full of water, all coming from a busted water main.
What else?
What else? Principal Cole, I'll show you what else.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. That's solid bronze, isn't it?
Yep.
How did this happen?
I heard a cat burglar broke in and trashed everything. And the mongrel got his head cut off. It's true. Beth's mom said the boys' locker room was flooded and they found feces everywhere. What are feces? Baby mice. Aww.
Hey. Has anyone ever told you that you're sexy? I like your boobs.
Hey,
Hey,
school's canceled.
do you want to walk me home?
Sure.
Don't look so freaked.
I'm not. Just, you should check your backpack. This guy's up to steal shit.
Yeah. Fuck 'em.
So, why'd you move here?
My parents got a divorce. My mom had to get a restraining order against my stepdad. He has emotional problems.
Oh, I have those too. What kind of emotional problems does your dad have?
He stabbed my mom 4 times in the chest.
Oh. Did he go to jail?
No, he fled. They still can't find him. But my mom and I had to change our names. And I thought Gretchen Ross was really cool.
Yeah, I was in jail once. I mean, I accidentally burned down this house. I mean, it was abandoned, but still, I got held back in school and can't drive till I'm 21, you know. But I'm over all that. I'm painting and stuff, writing. I want to be a writer, or maybe a painter, I don't know, maybe both. I'll write a book and draw the pictures. Then maybe people understand me. I don't know, change names.
Donnie Darko. What the hell kind of name is that? It's like some sort of superhero or something.
What makes you think I'm not?
Look, I should go. For physics, Montanov is having me write this essay. Greatest invention ever to benefit mankind.
Well, it's Monotov, but that's easy. Antiseptics. Like the whole sanitation thing, Joseph Lister, 1895. Before antiseptics, there was no sanitation, especially in medicine.
You mean soap?
Well, I'm really glad school was flooded today.
Why is that?
Because you and I never had this conversation.
You're weird.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was a compliment.
Well, look, you want to go with me?
Where do you want to go?
I mean, like, go with me, like, you know, like, that's what we call it here. Going together.
Sure.
Okay. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going home.
I'd like to try something new this time. Have you ever been hypnotized?
No.
And when I clap my hands twice, you will wake up. Do you understand?
Yes.
So, tell me about your week.
I met a girl.
What is her name?
Gretchen. We're going together now.
Do you still think about girls a lot?
Yeah.
How are things going at school?
I think about girls a lot.
I asked you about school, Donnie.
I think about fucking a lot during school.
What else do you think about during school?
Married with children.
You think about your family?
I just turn down the volume and think about fucking Christina Applegate.
I asked you about your family, Donnie.
No. I don't think about fucking my family. That's gross.
I'd like to hear about your friend Frank.
Sam Bylan. Sharita Chen. Darko. Gay Dennis.
Hey, you fuck.
Did you tell him that I flooded the school?
I didn't say shit.
Yeah, well, that's not what I heard. They think I did it.
Yeah, well, if you're innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right?
Fuck you. You know what I think? I think you did it.
Beer and pussy. That's all I need. So we gotta find ourselves a Smurfette. Smurfette? Mm-hmm. Not some, like, tight-ass Middlesex chick, you know? Like this cute little blonde that'll get down and dirty with the guys. Like Smurfette does.
Smurfette doesn't fuck.
That's bullshit. Smurfette fucks all the other Smurfs. Why do you think Papa Smurf made her? It's because all the other Smurfs were getting too horny. No, not Vanity. I heard he was a homosexual. Okay, well, you know what? Then she fucks them while Vanity watches, okay? Well, what about Papa Smurf? I mean, he must get into the action. Yeah, what he does, he films the gangbang. Later on, he beats off to the tape.
First of all, Papa Smurf didn't create Smurfette. Gargamel did. She was sent in as Gargamel's evil spy with the intention of destroying the Smurf village. But the overwhelming goodness of the Smurf way of life transformed her. And as for the whole gangbang scenario, it just couldn't happen. Smurfs are asexual. They don't even have reproductive organs under those little white pants. This was so illogical, you know, about being a Smurf. You know, what's the point of living if you don't have a dick?
Damn it, Donnie. Why do you gotta get so smart on us?
Grandma Death.
And I hate that Miss Farmer. She's such a fucking bitch. Yeah. How old is Grandma Death?
101. She does the same thing every day. Just walks back and forth the mailbox. Nothing ever in there.
Oh, wait. She goes. She's going back to the box. We may still have mail. Mail. Here it is. And this could be it. Oh, no dice, Grandma. No, sorry. Someone ought to write that bitch.
Authorities continued their search today for a suspect in the Middlesex Ridge School vandalism. The private school has asked for public donations to help restore its beloved mascot, known only as the Monk. In other news...
Very helpful. You wanted one. So glad there's a good turnout tonight.
What are you trying to accomplish here?
There was urine and feces flooded in my office. Whatever fits.
In cooperation with the county police, we have begun an active investigation into the cause of the flooding, and our suspects include several of our own students. Now,
I want to know why this filth is being taught to our children.
Kitty, I would appreciate if you would wait.
Dr. Cole, not only am I a teacher, but I am also a parent of a Middlesex child. Therefore, I am the only person here who transcends the parent-teacher bridge.
Don't worry. You got away with it.
I have in my hand Graham Greene's The Destructors. This short story is part of my daughter's English assignment. In this story, several children destroy an elderly man's house from inside out.
How can
do that?
And how do they do this? They flood the house by breaking through a water main.
I can do anything I want. And so can you.
And I think that this garbage should be removed.
Excuse me. What is the real issue here? The PTA doesn't ban books.
The PTA is here to acknowledge that pornography is being taught in our curriculum.
It's meant to be ironic.
Excuse me, you need to go back to grad school.
Why do you make me flood the school?
They are in great danger.
Kitty, do you even know who Graham Greene is?
I think we have all seen Bonanza.
Well, while we are on other topics,
Where did you come from?
Do you believe in time travel?
Who are you talking to?
I was just taking my pill, Sam. A storm is coming, Frank says. A storm that will swallow the children, and I will deliver them from the kingdom of pain. I will deliver the children back to their doorsteps. I'll send the monsters back to the underground. I'll send them back to a place where no one else can see them. Except for me. Because I am Donnie Darko.
Who is Frank?
A 6-foot-tall bunny rabbit.
In these modern times, our attitudinal beliefs are so delicate, so fragile.
I have had a cunning vision. This vision has released me.
It's important that our lifeline be rejuvenated so that we can breathe again. It's time to breathe.
It is time to breathe.
Thank you, Jim Cunningham.
Thank you, Jim Cunningham.
So now let us begin Lifeline exercise number 1. Please press stop now.
As you can see, the lifeline is divided into two polar extremes, fear and love. Fear is in the negative energy spectrum, and love is in the positive energy spectrum.
Duh.
Excuse me? No, duh is a product of fear. Now, on each card is a character dilemma which applies to the lifeline. Please take this. Thank you. Please read each character dilemma aloud and place an X on the lifeline in the appropriate place. Sharita?
Juanita has an important math test today. She's known about the test for several weeks, but has not studied. In order to keep from failing her class, Juanita decided that she will cheat on the math test.
Good, good, very good. Mr. Darko.
Ling Ling finds a wallet on the ground filled with money. She takes the wallet to the address on the driver's license, but keeps the money inside the wallet. I'm sorry, Miss Farmer, I don't get this.
Just place an X on the lifeline in the appropriate place.
No, I mean, I know what to do. I don't get this. You can't just lump things into two categories. Things aren't that simple.
The lifeline is divided that way.
Well, life isn't that simple. I mean, who cares if Ling Ling returns the wallet and keeps the money? Has nothing to do with either fear or love.
Fear and love are the deepest of human emotions.
Okay, but you're not listening to me. There are other things that need to be taken into account here, like the whole spectrum of human emotion. You can't just lump everything into these two categories and then just deny everything else.
If you don't complete the assignment, you'll get a 0 for the day.
Donald, let me preface this by saying that your Iowa test scores are intimidating. So, let's go over this again. What exactly did you say to Ms. Farmer?
I'll tell you what he said. He asked me to forcibly insert the lifeline exercise card into my anus.
My political attitudes are forthright, and if there's a vice presidential candidate worthy of my vote, it has to be Dan Quayle.
Yeah. Nobody cares about responsibility, morality, family values.
Kitty. Excuse us, please. They've suspended him from after-school activities for the next 6 months. Ever since this jet engine fiasco, I honestly don't know what's gotten into
Rose,
him.
I'll tell you this because our daughters have been on the dance team together for 2 years, and I respect you as a woman. But after witnessing your son's behavior this afternoon, I have significant doubts about your... Our paths through life must be righteous. I urge you to go home and look in the mirror and pray that your son doesn't succumb to the path of fear.
Wait, do you remember that weird gym teacher, Mrs. Farmer? Yeah. Okay, well, my brother told her to shove a book up her ass today. And then my parents just bought him all this new shit. Yeah, I know. I wish a jet engine would fall in my room.
Dr. Monotov.
Donnie.
I know this is gonna sound kind of weird, but do you know anything about time travel?
Wormhole in Einstein-Rosen Bridge, which is theoretically a wormhole in space controlled by man. So, according to Hawking, a wormhole may be able to provide a shortcut for jumping between two distant regions of space-time.
So in order to travel back in time, you have to have a big spaceship or something that can travel faster than the speed of light.
Theoretically.
And be able to find one of these wormholes.
The basic principles of time travel are there. You've got your vessel and your portal, and your vessel can be just about anything, most likely a spacecraft.
Like a DeLorean.
Metal craft of any kind.
You know, I love that movie, the way they shot it. It's so, like futuristic, you know?
Listen, don't tell anybody that I gave you this. The woman who wrote this used to teach here. She was a nun many years before that, but then overnight she just, she became this entirely different person. She up and left the church. She wrote this book. She started teaching science right here at Middlesex.
Philosophy of time travel. Roberta Sparrow?
That's right.
Come on. Roberta Sparrow.
Roberta Sparrow. Grandma Death. It's called The Philosophy of Time Travel.
What does philosophy have to do with time travel?
Let me see.
Guess who wrote it?
Who? Roberta Sparrow. Huh. She wrote a book.
Grandma Death wrote a book.
That's a terrible nickname.
We almost hit her with the car the other day.
She lives up there in that piece of crap house, and you know she's loaded. She's...
Yeah, you're right. She used to be known for her gem collection. Kids used to go up there all the time and try to steal stuff from her. She became a total recluse. Huh. I didn't even know she was alive till we damn near knocked her down the other day.
She was just standing there in the middle of the road, frozen. So I got out of the car and I walked over to see if she was okay. And she leaned over and whispered in my ear.
What did she say?
I mean, I think Frank wants me to go talk to her, you know, because the last time I saw him, he asked me if I knew about time travel, and she wrote a book about it, so that can't be like a coincidence, right?
Donnie, what did Roberta Sparrow say to you?
She said that every living creature on Earth dies alone.
How did that make you feel?
It reminded me of my dog, Callie. She died when I was 8, and she crawled underneath the porch.
To die?
To be alone.
Do you feel alone right now?
I mean, I'd like to believe I'm not, but I've just never seen any proof, so I just don't debate it anymore, you know? It's like I could spend my whole life debating it over and over again, weighing the pros and cons, and in the end, I still wouldn't have any proof, so I just don't debate it anymore. It's absurd.
The search for God is absurd?
It is if everyone dies alone.
Does that scare you?
I don't want to be alone.
And so his tapes have made me realize that for the last 39 years, I have been a prisoner of my own fear.
Fear?
Rose, you have got to meet this Jim Cunningham. I can't believe he's single.
And it has been a disappointing night indeed for these Super Bowl champions. You're right, Dan. Coach Joe Gibbs is on the sidelines, water dripping off his glasses, but he's got to be thinking, what happened? What went wrong tonight? And here's the kick.
Oh!
No good.
Shit, need a quarterback.
Miracle. We need to go for a safety.
And so what the future holds for this Super Bowl MVP, we're just going to have to wait and see.
You guys want anything?
By the way, this week on a special Who's the Boss, starring Tony Danza and Judith Light, Samantha borrows Tony's van. He gets caught without a license.
Well, we gotta make sure we don't miss that one, huh?
Here we are again. Work down now. And there's the kick. Deep into the end zone.
Okay, let's not forget tomorrow we're meeting with our partners, the Young Inventors Fair.
What happened to your neck? The blood on your neck.
Talk about it. So, what are we gonna invent?
And what if you could go back in time and take all those hours of pain and darkness and replace them with something better?
Like images or what?
Yeah, like a Hawaiian sunset or the Grand Canyon. Just things that remind you of how beautiful the world
You know, we've been
can be.
going together for like 2 weeks.
Yeah?
Well,
You want to kiss me?
Well, I'm
Donnie,
sorry.
wait. I'm just...
I like you a
just
lot.
want it to be at a time when it...
When what?
When it reminds me just...
Well, it reminds you how beautiful the world can be.
Yeah. And right now there's some fat guy over there staring at us.
I don't think telling any woman to forcibly insert an object up her anus is something that should go without consequence.
I think we should buy him a moped.
I think we should get a divorce.
You're not gonna tell Mom, are you?
Why would I tell Mom?
Because you tell Mom everything.
No, I don't. Let me see it.
No, it's not finished. It's
Okay, it's cool. That's scary.
You think?
Thank you for seeing us at such late notice. We both felt that it was time for us to come in and discuss
What I think is going on with your son.
Yes. Well, he's, you know about his past, and he was suspended from school for insulting his gym teacher.
Well, I'm not really sure that's a good example, Rosa. I think he had just cause to insult her.
Rose, let me just lay out what I believe is happening here. Donnie's aggressive behavior, his increased detachment from reality, seemed to stem from his inability to cope with the forces in the world that he perceives to be threatening. Has he ever told you about his friend Frank?
Frank?
Yes, the giant bunny rabbit.
What?
I don't recall him ever having mentioned a rabbit.
Donnie is experiencing what is commonly called a daylight hallucination. This is a common occurrence among paranoid schizophrenics.
What can we do?
I would like to do more hypnotherapy and increase his medication.
Whatever will help him, really.
more medication will do that, then I think we should give it a try.
It's complicated.
Yeah.
It's like a force, you know, in your brain. It just sends you someplace.
Would you go someplace familiar?
No, but actually each time I keep waking up farther and farther from my house.
It's scary.
Donnie Darko.
Good morning, you mongrels. Good morning. Does that all the gusto you can muster? I said good morning. Good morning. Now, it's a tiny, tiny bit better. But I can still sense some students out there who are actually afraid to say good morning. Good morning. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Because entirely too many young men and women today are completely paralyzed by their fears. They surrender their bodies to the temptation and destruction of drugs, alcohol, and premarital sex. Now, I'm going to tell you a little story today. It's a heartbreakingly sad story about a young man whose life was completely destroyed by these instruments of fear. A young man searching for love in all the wrong places. His name was Frank.
We're moving through time.
What?
Hi, my stepsister, I sometimes worry that she eats too much.
Shut up, Kim.
I'm just trying to help you.
Oh, sweetheart, please. There's absolutely no reason to be embarrassed here. Many times we eat because we're afraid to face our ego reflection. All right? We find ourselves looking at the mirror rather than looking into and through the mirror. When we do that, we can finally see the reality of how beautiful we are.
Thanks.
Sure. Come on up here. Don't be afraid.
How can I find out what I want to be when I grow up?
Oh, that's a hard one. Well, what I need you to do is look deep inside of yourself, deep within your heart, and find what it is in the world that makes you feel love. Pure, unconditional love. And go to that. In your studies, in your athletics, in your relationships, go towards love.
Thank you. Come on up. Okay.
Next.
What do I do to learn how to fight?
What do I do to learn how to fight? Son, violence is a product of fear. Learn to truly love yourself. Truly love yourself, and the world will be yours.
Okay.
Get yourself up here. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How much are they paying you to be here?
Excuse me? What is your name, son?
Gerald.
Well, Gerald, I think you're afraid.
Are you telling us this stuff so we can buy your book? Because I gotta tell you, if you are, that was some of the worst advice I ever heard.
You see how sad this is?
I want your sister to lose weight, tell her to get off the couch, stop eating Twinkies, and maybe go out for field hockey. You know what? No one ever knows what they want to be when they grow up. You know, it takes a little while to find that out, right, Jim? And you. Yeah, you. You're sick of some jerk shoving your head down the toilet. Well, you know what? Maybe you should lift some weights or take a karate lesson, and the next time he tries to do it, you kick him in the balls.
Son, do you see this? Right? This is an anger prisoner, a textbook example.
Prisoner.
Do you see the fear, people? This boy is scared to death of the truth. Son, it breaks my heart to say this, but I believe you are a very troubled and confused young man. I believe you are searching for the answers in all the wrong places.
You're right, actually. I am I'm pretty troubled and I'm pretty confused, but I'm afraid, really afraid. Really afraid, but I think you're fucking Antichrist. It's amazing, you know? A man thinks he's telling the truth, and everything he says is just a fucking lie. Everything he says. Everyone thinks he's so rad. Such a fucking chud. Everything he does, they're just gonna...
Are you okay? Sit down. Calm down.
You ever heard of Grandma Death?
Who? Philosophy of time travel. What is this?
She wrote it. I've been seeing stuff. Like a lot of really messed up stuff. And there are chapters in that book that describe the stuff I've been seeing, and it can't just be a coincidence. She gotta be in here somewhere. She never leaves this house.
Or maybe she's asleep. Donnie, look.
Send her a letter.
Well, each vessel travels along a vector through space-time along its center of gravity.
Like a spear.
I beg your pardon?
Like a spear that comes out of your chest.
Sure, yeah. And in order for the vessel to travel through time, it's got to find a porthole, or in this case, a wormhole, or...
Well, could these portals just appear anywhere, anytime?
I think that's highly unlikely. No, I think what you're talking about is an act of God.
Well, if God controls time, then all time's pre-decided.
I'm not following you.
Like, every living thing follows along set path. And if you could see your path or channel, then you could see into the future, right? Like, that's a form of time travel.
Well, you're contradicting yourself, Donnie. If we were able to see our destinies manifest themselves visually, then we would be given a choice to betray our chosen destinies. And the mere fact that this choice exists would make all preformed destiny come to an end.
Not if you travel within God's channel.
I'm not going to be able to continue this conversation.
Why?
I could lose my job.
Okay.
It gives me no pleasure to deny you the right to read one of the great writers of the 20th century, but alas, I have not yet been elected Queen of the Universe, so I must obey the rules, and so will you. So, Anyone seen in this school reading this book will be suspended. But not to worry. Someone has already pre-ordered 12 copies at the Sarasota Mall bookstore. In Mr. Green's absence, we will now be reading another classic, Watership Down by Richard Adams. Here, Tommy. Sure you pass this back. Maybe you and Frank can read this one together.
Now you know where he lives.
And they grow out of our chest, solar plexus.
Just like she described in the book, the way they moved and they smelled, it's like they're workers. Assigned to each one of us. They're like liquid. You know, and I followed it into my parents' bedroom.
What did you find?
Nothing. So we call them IMGs.
Infant memory generators.
Yeah, so the idea is that you buy these glasses for your infant and they wear them at night when they sleep.
But inside the glasses are these slide photographs, and each photograph is of something peaceful or beautiful, whatever the parents want to put inside.
And what effect do you think that this would have on an infant?
Well, the thing is nobody remembers their infancy, and anyone who says they do is lying, so we think this will help develop memory earlier in life.
Yeah.
And did you stop and think that maybe infants need darkness? That maybe darkness is part of their natural development?
No.
Yeah. What if the parents put in pictures of Satan? Or, dead people, crap like that?
Is that what you'd show your kids?
Well, I mean, didn't your dad, stab your mom?
Get out.
Gretchen! Gretchen! Sorry about those guys. Two for Evil Dead, please.
$2.
why you wear that stupid bunny suit?
Why are you wearing that stupid man suit?
Take it off. What happened to your eye? Why they call you Frank?
It is the name of my father. His father before me.
Frank? When's this gonna stop?
You should already know that. I want you to watch the movie screen. There's something I want to show you. Have you ever seen a portal? Burn it to the ground.
Now, girls, I want you to concentrate. Failure is not an option. And Bethany, if you feel the need to vomit up there, just swallow it.
Okay, Mom.
Hey, guys, good luck out there.
Now that was really something. Thank you, Sharita Chin with Autumn Angel. And now the moment we've all been waiting for is here. It is my very distinct pleasure to introduce to you Emily Bates, Susie Bailey, Samantha Darko, Beth Farmer, and Joni James. They are Sparkle Motion.
long was I asleep for?
A movie.
Well, look what the cat dragged in. How you doing, Donnie? Your little sister was broken-hearted that you missed her big show last night.
Dad,
Hmm?
I'm crazy.
You're not crazy. I used to be crazy. But you're not crazy. Look, you're my only son.
I know.
And no, hold it. I know I'm not the best communicator, but whatever happens to you, be honest. Tell the truth. Even if they do look at you funny, they will. But what you got to understand, son, is that almost all of those people are full of shit. They're all part of this great big conspiracy. Bullshit. And they're scared of people like you. Because those bullshitters know that you're smarter than all of them. You know what you say to people like that? Hmm? Fuck you.
The blaze was extinguished sometime after 8 o'clock last night. Now, firefighters discovered what has been referred to as a kiddie porn dungeon. Cunningham, who has become a recent celebrity for his books and motivational tapes, was arrested early
Oh my
this morning
God.
while golfing at the Sarasota Heights Country Club. Arson has not been ruled out as part of the cause of the fire.
Oh my God.
Now, a group of Cunning Vision employees,
Dad played
led
golf
by
with that guy.
self-proclaimed fear survivor Lind Connie, vehemently denied the alleged link to a child pornography publishing circuit. In a vicious statement, Connie attacked the Middlesex Fire Department officials, claiming a
I'm sorry, Karen. This is a progressive school, but we don't feel the methods you've undertaken here are appropriate.
What exactly about my methods are inappropriate?
I am sorry that you have failed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have another appointment. You can finish out the week.
Good afternoon. It gives me great pleasure to announce that the Middlesex Ridge School dance team has been invited to perform on Ed McMahon's Star Search 88 in Los Angeles, California.
think we should get back to the burrow. Back to the burrow? It'll come there. Don't think it won't. It's all around us.
Now stop it, Fiver.
We've got to go away from here.
When the other rabbits hear of Fiver's vision, do they believe him?
Why should we care?
Because the rabbits are us, Donnie.
Why should I mourn for a rabbit like it was human?
Are you saying that the death of one species is less tragic than another?
Of course. A rabbit's not like us. You know, it has no history books, no photographs, no knowledge of sorrow or regret. I mean, I'm sorry, Miss Bomber. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, I like rabbits and all. They're cute and they're horny. And if you're cute and you're horny, then you're probably happy that you don't know who you are or why you're even alive. You know, you just want to have sex as many times as possible before you die. I mean, I just don't see the point in crying over a dead rabbit. You know, who never even feared death to begin with.
You're wrong. These rabbits can talk. They're the product of the author's imagination, and he cares for them, so we care for them. Otherwise, we've just missed the point.
But aren't we forgetting about the miracle of storytelling? The Deus Ex Machina, the God machine? That's what saved the rabbits.
No, it was ridiculous. I'll call you back.
Rose.
Kitty.
Rose, I'm sure that you're aware of the horrible allegations against Jim Cunningham.
I know I saw it on TV, something about a kiddie porn dungeon.
Oh, please, please, don't use those words. It's obviously some kind of conspiracy to destroy an innocent man. And I have taken it upon myself to spearhead the Jim Cunningham defense campaign. Rose, I have to appear at his arraignment tomorrow morning. And as you know, the girls are scheduled to leave for Los Angeles in the morning. Now, as their coach, I was the obvious choice to chaperone them on their trip,
But now you can't go.
Yes. Now, believe me, of all the other mothers, I would never dream of asking you, but none of the other mothers are available to go.
I don't know, Kitty. It's a bad weekend. Eddie's in New York.
Rose, I don't know if you realize what an opportunity this is for our daughters. This has been a dream of Samantha's and all of ours for a long time. I made her lead dancer. Sometimes I doubt your commitment to Sparkle Motion.
Elizabeth will be in charge. She'll drive you to therapy. And if you need anything, you promise me that you will call Dr. Thurman.
How's it feel to have a wacko for a son?
It feels wonderful.
Sorry, there you are. Oh. Hey, you guys are gonna win. I know it.
So do I.
Here's the keys to the Taurus. There's tons of food in the fridge, and I left money on the kitchen table. And please do not forget.
Mom, go. You're gonna miss your plane.
I just... There's nothing broken in my brain.
I know.
Bye, Donnie.
Go!
Hello, Donnie. It's Friday. Shouldn't you be off with your friends, scaring old people?
What's going on?
I don't know. That's a good question. Suffice to say, I'm no longer your English teacher. They fired me.
That's bullshit. Like the only good teacher here.
Thank you.
Let's sell her door.
This famous linguist once said that of all the phrases in the English language, of all the endless combinations of words in all of history, that cellar door is the most beautiful.
Cellar door. Promise that one day everything's gonna be better for you.
Shut up!
I want to talk about your past today.
Oh.
I want to talk about you and your parents.
They didn't buy me what I wanted for Christmas.
What did you want for Christmas that year?
Hungry hippos.
How did you feel being denied these hungry hippos?
Regret.
What else makes you feel regret?
That I did it again.
You did it again?
I flooded my school and I burned down that pervert's house. I only have a few days left before they catch me.
Did Frank tell you to do these things?
I have to obey him. He saved my life. I have to obey him or I'll be left all alone. And then I won't be able to figure out what this is all about. I won't be able to know his master plan.
Do you mean God's master plan? Do you now believe in God?
I have the power to build a time machine.
How is that possible? How is time travel possible, Donnie?
Time's up, Frank said.
When is this going to happen?
Soon.
What is going to happen?
Frank is gonna kill.
Who is he going to kill? Who is he going to kill, Donnie?
I can see right now! This guy's getting open up.
sky were to suddenly open up, there would be no law, there would be no rule, there would only be you and your memories, the choices you've made, and the people you've touched. If this world were to end, there would only be you and him and no one else. You can stop taking your medication. They're placebos, just pills made out of water.
Thank you.
Donnie. An atheist is someone who denies altogether the existence of God. You're an agnostic. An agnostic is someone who believes that there can be no proof of the existence of God, but does not deny the possibility that God exists.
Goodbye, Dr. Thurman.
Hey.
I got him. I'm going to Harvard.
Hey, we should totally throw a party. I mean, Mom and Dad are gone, and like, it's Halloween carnival. We could totally get away with it.
Okay. It has to be small, right?
You got eggs, water balloons, and a dozen rolls of toilet paper. I stole 4 beers from my dad.
Well, we got a keg.
So keg beer is for pussies.
Rose, this is Lillian Thurman. It is extremely important that you call me as soon as you get this message. Thank you.
You okay?
Yeah, my mom's gone.
You want to come in?
I don't know. She didn't leave a note, and the house was all messed up.
But you're okay. Did you call the cops?
Yeah, they said I should leave the house and that I should go to a safe place. I'm
I'm just so scared. I'd keep thinking something awful is happening, and it's my fucking stepdad. I know it. I guess some people are just born with tragedy in their blood.
Have you guys seen Frank? No, I think they said they were going on a beer run.
If you're there, please pick up. Oh, well. Good news. The girls, they got 3.5 stars, and they get to come back for the quarterfinals. Samantha was amazing. Anyway, we're going to take the red eye back tonight. And we ought to arrive. Yeah. Okay. We'll take the red eye back tonight. We should arrive around 8:30 in the morning. I hope everything's all right. I love you. Bye.
Why? Look, is this about the book?
No, it's Frank. Donnie. His time is running out. We gotta go.
Nobody's here. Let's just forget about it.
Cellar door.
What?
God. You're dead! What do we do? Oh, shit. Leave him alone!
Don't fucking move! Don't fucking move! What did I say? There's a car! Get the hell out of here, now!
Come on!
Seth, there's a car coming, let's go!
I have a bigger knife now.
Fuck!
Did you call the fucking cops? Mark, what did you just say? What the fuck did you just say? Our savior. Frank. She dead? What were you guys doing in the middle of the road, huh? What are you thinking? Go home! Go home and tell your parents everything's gonna be okay! Go!
Dear Roberta Sparrow, I've reached the end of your book, and there's so many things that I need to ask you. Sometimes I'm afraid of what you might tell me. Sometimes I'm afraid that you'll tell me that this is not a work of fiction. I can only hope that the answers will come to me in my sleep. I hope that when the world comes to an end, I can breathe a sigh of relief, because there will be so much to look forward to.
It's a very, very
very mad world. Mad world. Enlarging your world. Mad
Hey. What's going on?
Horrible accident. My neighbor got killed.
What happened?
Got smushed by a jet engine.
What was his name?
Donnie Darko. I feel bad for his family.
Yeah.
Did you know him?
No.
be so much to look forward to.
Donnie Darko is a bizarre and confusing story about a troubled teen, played by Jake Gyllenhaal, who is warned by a large and rather disturbing bunny rabbit named Frank that the world is going to end in precisely 28 days, 6 hours, 42 minutes, and 12 seconds. At the end of the film, Donnie realizes that he must sacrifice himself in order to save the world from the impending apocalypse. But is that what really happens? There's more than one possible reading. One way to interpret the events of the film is through time travel and alternate universes. In the movie, Donnie asks his science teacher, Dr. Monatov, about time travel.
Do you know anything about time travel?
And Monatov gives him a book entitled The Philosophy of Time Travel, written by Roberta Sparrow, also known as
Grandma Death.
In the director's cut, Sparrow's book explains that time can become unstable, resulting in an alternate tangent universe parallel to the primary universe. This tangent universe can only last for a few weeks before collapsing in on itself, forming a black hole that is capable of destroying all existence. In the film, the tangent universe is created at midnight on October 2nd, 1988, right before Donnie meets Frank. This means every event afterwards takes place within this tangent universe, except for the final scene.
What was his name?
Donnie Darko.
It is never explained why this tangent universe is created, but Frank tells Donnie the exact time both the tangent and primary universe will end. Coincidentally, this date is the birthday of Graham Greene, the author of the short story that is read in the movie.
It was as though this plan had been with him all his life, pondered through the seasons. Now, in his 15th year, crystallized with the pain of puberty.
The book says that the person known as the living receiver must return an artifact, in this case the jet engine, back to the primary universe via a wormhole, where the tangent universe will collapse and destroy everything. The living receiver, Donnie, is given special powers, like Donnie's ability to see the liquid spears that reveal a person's future path. The manipulated living, and even more powerful, the manipulated dead, like Frank, must guide the living receiver to end the tangent universe and restore the primary universe. Frank travels through time to push Donnie into an insurance trap. An insurance trap pushes the living receiver to return the artifact to the primary universe, leaving him no option but to complete his mission of saving the world. Gretchen's death sets up the insurance trap as it causes Donnie to shoot Frank in the tangent universe, so that Frank dies. As a manipulated dead, Frank must now travel back in time to make sure the jet engine doesn't kill Donnie in the tangent universe, so Donnie can fulfill his mission. Back in the present, but still within the tangent universe, Gretchen and Frank's deaths motivate Donnie to send the jet engine into the primary universe to save everyone's life, even if it means that Donnie will die. Donnie uses telekinesis to rip the engine from the plane to send it through a wormhole. Finally, the tangent universe safely collapses and we return back to the primary universe as it starts once again back on October 2nd, 1988, the day Donnie is killed by the jet engine in the primary universe. While Sparrow's book explains all of these details to make sense of Donnie Darko's events, it doesn't illuminate why all these rules exist or what deeper meaning lies beneath them. In a way, this literal explanation of time travel rules, while seeming to clarify, only obscures our understanding of why the tangent universe should exist, or why a living receiver like Donnie should have to sacrifice himself to save the primary universe from destruction. A much simpler explanation for the events of the movie is Donnie's worsening schizophrenia. Donnie's psychiatrist tells his parents,
Has he ever told you about his friend Frank? The giant bunny rabbit. Donnie is experiencing what is commonly called a daylight hallucination.
Donnie's flat affect, or reduced expression of emotions, as well as his repeating hallucinations of a 6-foot-tall bunny and delusions of an impending apocalypse, are strong suggestions of psychosis or other forms of mental illness.
Donnie, you're such a dick.
Whoa, Elizabeth. A little hostile there. Maybe you should be the one in therapy, then Mom and Dad can pay someone $200 an hour to listen to all your thoughts, so we don't have to.
Since Donnie is an unreliable narrator, it is possible that Donnie created an entire narrative to make sense of his own delusions. However, this interpretation is complicated in the director's cut when the therapist reveals to Donnie that
You can stop taking your medication. They're placebos, just pills made out of water.
This may be a hint from the director that Donnie doesn't have schizophrenia and that the tangent universe is actually real. Director Richard Kelly doesn't want to ever resolve the ambiguity surrounding Donnie's sanity. Take the example of this scene, which intercuts Donnie's parents talking to his therapist, with Donnie stabbing at Frank through a mirror, spliced with shots of his pupil and the ocean. On one level, this could be read as illustrating simply that Donnie is in fact unhinged. On the other, it could symbolize Donnie's attempt to shatter a wall within his mind, to break through to another level of consciousness and access an inner peaceful ocean. He appears agitated at the discussion of medication, as if this will inhibit his ability to access this place. Another way to interpret the film is as a metaphorical Christ narrative. Because Donnie must fulfill a prophecy in order to save the world through self-sacrifice, Donnie can be interpreted as a Christ figure.
I'll deliver the children back to their doorsteps. I'll send the monsters back to the underground. I'll send them back to a place where no one else can see them. Except for me. Because I am Donnie Darko.
A mentally unstable and misunderstood teen, Donnie might not be a typical Christ representation.
What's the point of living if you don't have a dick?
And many people deem his actions as disturbing rather than redemptive. But the suggestion of a higher power controlling Donnie Darko's events makes us consider the presence of a godlike force in the story. The film's characters are motivated and manipulated by unknown forces more powerful than them, for a purpose they don't fully understand. The complex jargon of the manipulated guiding the living receiver toward an insurance boils down to something similar to the idea of having a given fate or destiny.
Like every living thing follows along a set path. If you could see your path or channel, then you could see into the future.
If we were able to see our destinies manifest themselves visually, then we would be given a choice to betray our chosen destinies. And the mere fact that this choice exists would make all preformed destiny come to an end.
Not if you travel within God's channel.
The hiss of the static TV that comes on after Donnie's dad falls asleep could evoke this connection to a basic, unformed, or impossible to see source. Throughout the film, signs of God, awakening, or other potentially holy forces tend to appear in reversed or unexpected form. The outcast Charita Chen is associated with angelic imagery, as if to say that the bullied outsider is the true innocent. Donnie relates to her pain.
I promise that one day, everything's gonna be better for you.
When he wears her earmuffs, taking on the ears of the innocent helps steer his greater purpose. The film also addresses the concept of Satan when Donnie labels motivational speaker Jim Cunningham as evil.
You're right, actually. I'm pretty troubled and I'm pretty confused, but I'm afraid, really afraid. Really afraid, but I think you're the fucking Antichrist.
Through videos and books, Jim teaches people to control their fears, but ultimately feeds them false hope. Jim Cunningham mentions 3 temptations, or instruments of fear.
Drugs, alcohol, and premarital sex.
Similarly, in the Bible, the devil tempts Jesus 3 times. Although Donnie is a potential Christ figure, he's also an everyman, and like many people, surrenders to all 3 of these temptations before he fulfills his prophecy. It even seems necessary that he completes the temptations as part of the threshold toward his awakening. In this distinction, the movie rejects making Donnie into someone holy. The film inverts our usual assumptions of what's holy or sinful. Those who are admired by the community are actually shallow or hypocritical. Supposedly religious characters display a laughably reductive view of human experience.
You can't just lump everything into these 2 categories and then just deny everything else.
So-called sins are simply normal teenage behavior and rites of passage. Meanwhile, true holiness comes in Donnie's eventual empathy and sacrifice to save others. Instead of the more popular version of Christ as a loving, peaceful figure, Donnie is Christ as a destroyer. Like the characters in Graham Greene's The Destructors, Donnie destroyed a house.
I accidentally burned down this house. I mean, it was abandoned, but still,
He's in conflict with the artificial, corrupt adult world, institutions that uphold wrong values and ideas. The movie emphasizes that destruction can be a creative act.
destruction is a form of creation, so the fact that they burn the money is ironic. They just want to see what happens when they tear the world apart. They want to change things.
Tearing down a mad world creates a better world, as embodied in our final return to the primary universe. Donnie's version of Christ understandably appeals to teen audiences. He's an embodiment of adolescence, that state in which the adult world appears to us increasingly ridiculous, unjust, unfair, and even hopeless. Adulthood appears as a dimming of consciousness and a selling out. The FAA agent, who pops up in the red tracksuit and in the near final panning shot of people reacting to Donnie's death, embodies the institutional adult as an enemy. His watchful presence also suggests that the adult intelligence agency is ultimately blind and knows far less of what's truly going on.
So we're not supposed to tell anyone what nobody knows.
Yes.
Donnie's dark humor, his rebellious streak, and his willingness to do and say things most of us wouldn't make him an unexpected teen superhero.
Donnie Darko. What the hell kind of name is that? It's like some sort of superhero or something.
What makes you think I'm not?
The teenager's mission is destruction of the imperfect adult order in order to restore the future of humanity to a greater good, a higher level of authentic living. Near the end, the camera focuses yet again on Frank's bunny mask. Donnie's world is blown open by the appearance of a giant bunny, an image that, in a twisted way, recalls the white rabbit of Alice in Wonderland. Frank, too, ushers Donnie down the rabbit hole. Meanwhile, throughout the film, rabbits represent Donnie's mindless society, the people he views as living a brain-dead, unexamined life. Donnie's teacher, Karen Pomeroy, one of the manipulated living who helped steer Donnie toward his destiny, reveals Donnie's destiny to him through the books that symbolically echo his life, like Grimm's Destructors and Watership Down. That book is about rabbits in danger, including one rabbit who can sense the future.
The field, it's covered with blood.
Donnie struggles with why he should care about what happens to the unenlightened people around him, just as a Christ figure must ask why it's worth sacrificing himself for such wretched human beings.
I just don't see the point in crying over a dead rabbit. You know, who never even feared death to begin with.
But while Donnie struggles to love everyone, he loves Gretchen. She conveniently shows up just in time to move him, and caring for her is the key to caring for all humanity. The movie is filled with details that foreshadow what's to come, so that we enter Donnie's mindset of being able to sense the future. With him, when the action happens, we experience déjà vu, thanks to these advanced clues, like the cellar door.
This famous linguist once said that of all the phrases in the English language, of all the endless combinations of words in all of history, that cellar door is the most beautiful.
Which is what Donnie and Gretchen later enter at Roberta Sparrow's house. Or the arcade game shot of a car crash which foreshadows how Gretchen will die, and also suggests we're in a simulation. Other Easter eggs seem to confirm Donnie's prophecy. Even the concept of Deus Ex Machina, or God from the Machine, gets introduced and then named by Donnie when Frank's car saves him. The phrase is used for stories which are suddenly resolved by the intervention of a divine or outside force. This also applies to Donnie Darko's ending, but here it's not an artificial intervention, but an interaction that Donnie's been building to all along. Donnie's ability to see the future confronts him with the dilemma of free will. His choice to follow his destiny, or God's path as he calls it, is a journey of awakening, begun by his personal white rabbit and embodied in the repeated close-up of his pupil. Donnie awakens to an inner love that powers his sacrifice, even if his actions won't be remembered in the so-called real world. Much of the film's spirit, its focus on adolescence and the truth of our dreams, is captured in its famous Tears for Fears song, Mad World, performed by Gary Jules.
This is a Tears for Fears song, and the lyrics couldn't have been more perfect, and kind of describing how this kind of story, makes you feel.
At the end, we see a montage of all the characters who interacted with Donnie in the Tangent universe, back in the primary universe looking disturbed. According to the philosophy of time travel, the manipulated are haunted by their experience in the tangent universe, feeling residual effects of the trauma, indicating that erased memories and destroyed alternate dimensions can still have a reality.
And it was important to end on this wave, kind of inspired by a moment when I was in high school. Saw this woman up in a hotel window standing there, and she saw me, and she like waved at me, and it was really weird, and I waved back at her, and it just stuck with me. And I think they barely remember. I have a faint memory of something, but it's there. It's there for a little bit, and then it's gone, and they go on.
There is more than enough ambiguity for Donnie Darko fans to continue making new theories and interpretations. But on the deepest level, the film's ending reinforces a message of the power of sacrifice, empathy, and the ways in which our actions can have complex, unknowable repercussions in this universe and in others.
I hope that when the world comes to an end, I can breathe a sigh of relief, because there will be so much to look forward to.
Can horror answer some of the deeper philosophical questions that are primary to humanity, like, who are we? Is there a spiritual realm or an afterlife? What's good and evil?
You win.
1408 may seem like a cliched, shallow, Hollywoodized attempt at horror that owes its whole existence to a short story by Stephen King and the films of the genre that preceded it. But that's just a surface appraisal.
It does have the vague air of menace.
In reality, what lies beneath the surface of this film is a brilliant examination of what a person's life amounts to when it reaches its end. What binds us in our own personal hell, and, overall, what a person needs to do in order to escape that hell. "1408" is about Mike Enslin, a writer who, at the beginning of the movie, is researching a new book that is part of a series in which he investigates the paranormal in various settings across America. He wants to prove or disprove the existence of an afterlife because of the death of his young daughter, Katie. From this exposition, we establish one of the main themes of the film, an existential question. Is there an afterlife? And does God exist? For Mike, the verdict is reached on the grounds of God and an afterlife are untrue until proven true.
So you're saying there's no such thing as ghosts?
I'm saying I've never seen one, but they're awfully convenient for desperate hotels when the interstate moves away.
So, he is a bitter atheist who counts his daughter's death against the existence of God.
What kind of God would do this to a little girl? Because I know that ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties don't exist. Even if they did, there's no God to protect us from them, is there?
What happens to Mike over the course of the movie is, essentially, a resounding answer to his nihilistic resolve.
Finally, I got something to write about. A ghost that offers turn-down service.
The supernatural comes crashing in around him in the form of an evil room. But before we delve into what the room means in the context of the story, let's look into a scene that precedes the emergence of the supernatural. Mike, while surfing, gets thrashed by a wave and washes ashore coughing up water, nearly drowned. But why incorporate a scene like this when it doesn't seem to serve the narrative at all? Well, it does come up later as a starting point for when Mike thinks he's escaped the room. But in order to understand this scene and the rest of the movie, one needs to know a little about the Divine Comedy, or Dante's Inferno. The story of Dante's Inferno represents the soul's journey to God as people recognize the sin in their lives and reject that sin. Dante is able to see the effects of sin on a person by traversing the 9 layers of hell with the poet Virgil as his guide to tell him about which sin is being punished on each layer. Descending first through limbo, then lust, gluttony, greed, wrath, heresy, violence, fraud, and at the bottom, the deepest and coldest layer of hell, treachery, where Satan is encased in ice. In order to enter limbo, the first layer of hell, Dante must board a ferry to cross the river Acheron. While crossing, he faints and comes to on Limbo's shore. Waking up on a shore has been used in other stories to signify the passing from one realm to another, as it is done in Inferno. And when Mike wakes up, washed ashore after his near-death experience, it is implied by the subtext of the movie that he really did die.
Are you okay, buddy? Hey, are you breathing?
This explains why, later in the film, it is where he is spat back out by 1408 to restart his endless cycle of psychological torment, in which he inevitably returns back to the room. The start of his hell is Limbo, where he arrives after he dies. This is indicated in the film through a shift in tone, from somewhat realistic and banal before he dies, to reflect the world of the living, to suspenseful, uneasy, and full of dread after his death, to reflect his precarious position in the afterlife, using more dramatic and disquieting camera movements and angles, a more invasive and claustrophobic depth of field, more abrupt editing,
It'll just be a minute, Mr. Ransford.
and more dissonant music that all forebodes his arrival in 1408. In Inferno, Dante is guided by Virgil, who teaches him to renounce the sin that he sees in order to have it be purged from him. When Mike enters the Dolphin Hotel, where 1408 is, the manager Gerald Olin attempts to dissuade Mike from going into the room. Olin is Mike's Virgil, and, like Virgil, who explains what each sin is on each layer, Olin explains what awaits for people who go into 1408 so as to keep Mike from entering.
Let's see. No one's ever lasted more than an hour.
Olin, in trying to prevent Mike from entering the room, acts as a guide through hell in the form of showing and explaining 1408's history, and also as a preventer to the torment that awaits him.
Well, during your investigation, did you discover the 22 natural deaths that have occurred in 1408?
Natural deaths?
All told, there have been 56 deaths in 1408. One, Mr. Grady Miller drowned in his chicken soup.
That's hard to do. How did he do that?
How indeed.
But Mike, unlike Dante, instead of listening to his guide, goes into the room anyway, where Dante enters hell on divine grounds to see the consequence of sin. Mike enters 1408, his personal hell, after being enticed. But what entices him? His interest in disproving the paranormal, his desire to disprove God, his atheistic bitterness, his ego?
That's cute.
The doppelganger, in ancient mythology and stories, is also known as a double spirit, evil twin, or alter ego who was considered to be, if seen, an omen of death in some cultures. The doppelganger, in those mythos, might even try to plant malicious ideas in the minds of the ones they shadow in order to cause confusion or mislead. In Christianity, there is what is referred to as the sinful nature, or a nature within us opposed to God that desires to sin. The sinful nature is regarded with a sort of otherness to a person's consciousness, a dark alter ego that drives people to stay apart from God and seek what is sinful. To embrace the sinful nature and not pursue salvation results in damnation upon death. The sinful nature is what is being purged from Dante on his journey through hell. What Mike finds in 1408 is a mirror of his psyche, revealing all of his negative, dark, and tormented characteristics on his personal voyage through Inferno, to purge him of his own sinful nature.
As you were, I was. As I am, you will be.
The linkage to sin and hell in Christendom stems from two principles: that the sinful nature is responsible for torment after death, and two, the sinful nature is responsible for the torment one experiences during life. So, like the doppelganger, A sinful nature is an evil alter ego existing in one's own mind, acting as a tormentor and the cause of one's personal hell. 1408 is a reflection of Mike's sinful nature, and therefore the setting for his personalized hell. So what makes the room evil is the evil in himself.
It's an evil fucking room. This is it? You gotta be kidding me.
But if 1408 is simply a mirror of himself, a reflection of his evil tendencies to torment him,
But where is the bone-chilling terror? Show me the rivers of blood.
would the room simply be normal if he had attained salvation before his death?
It's just a room.
An empty room? The interesting philosophical take that 1408 has on limbo is that the descent into hell isn't necessarily mandatory. Mike doesn't wake up in torment after death. He starts off in limbo and is lured to the lower layers by his own sinful nature. Without his bitterness towards God and his fervent desire to dispel his existence and the existence of an afterlife, he would have never gone to the room, to hell. His doppelganger then essentially planted the notion in his mind and drove him there. Mike's double first appears when he is trying to reach out to someone to escape the room, but instead of finding another person, he finds only a mirror of himself staring back, a negative version, alone, sullen, sitting at a desk, a reflection of Mike and his darker tendencies, a writer depressed about the death of his daughter, embittered towards God for taking her away, and isolated from his wife for how she reminds him of her. So, alone in more ways than one, physically and spiritually, and about to be murdered by a psychotic killer. The consequences of remaining apart from God and embracing the sinful nature, a susceptibility to the torments of hell and the affliction of personal demons. Mike's sins, according to the qualifications of Inferno, are lust, gluttony, wrath, violence, fraud, and treachery. The room's evil design, derived from the tendencies of his sinful nature, descends Mike through his own Dante-esque hell on an eternal one-hour loop once he enters. It is not outright said that Mike has committed the sin of lust or adultery, but it is implied in the subtext. Mike has been separated from Lily, his wife, since his daughter died, but has he remained faithful? While we don't see Mike make an advance on a woman or vice versa, we see a slew of pretty young girls coming and going around him, visually putting in the mind of the viewer a juxtaposition between Mike and the presence of other women. First, there is the young girl in the bookstore who gushes over his first novel, The Long Road Home. Is there flirting between them? Perhaps. She likes his work and therefore him. He could maybe do something with that. Maybe he's taken advantage of a situation like this before. But after she references the relationship the main character has with his father in the book and asks if it is true, an upsetting subject for Mike, he politely says no, and she leaves. In the next scene, Mike is surfing at the beach with younger girls, and he gazes at one before being overtaken by the wave that ends him up in limbo. Was he lusting before he died? Then, when Mike is in limbo at the diner, we can spot 10 pretty young girls around him, 3 next to him, 6 outside, and 1 sitting behind him. If what tempts Mike, by means of the sinful nature, is what leads him to the lower layers of hell, could this be one of the potential gateways? Lust? Tempted to some hellish dimension with promises of pleasure? When he enters the Dolphin Hotel to go into 1408, he checks out a young mother dressed in white with her baby in a carriage, and when she bends over to tend to the baby, and again when she enters the room next to 1408. Upon entering and examining the room, he flips through the menu on the TV and is tempted by the available pornography. He switches this off to open a Bible to 2 Samuel, chapter 11, the story of David and Bathsheba, in which David, the king of Israel, has an affair with a married woman, impregnates her, kills her husband, and is put, consequentially, at odds with God. This further enhances the subtextual motif of lust and adultery in the movie, but now bringing it into the supernatural by indicating that lust and sin, like in the story, put a person at odds with God, and bring about suffering, which is, once again, the central theme to Dante's journey through hell. One of the first things he tries to do to escape the room, once he realizes he's trapped, is to get the attention of the young mother by pounding on her adjoining wall. Then he attempts to cross over to her room on an outside ledge, but when he views that the window for her room is gone, he starts back. As he's about to climb inside after nearly falling, the window starts to close. If it were to shut, he would be trapped in darkness, unable to rest in his precarious position with strong winds blowing over him. The punishment for lust in Inferno is similar in that one is tossed by strong winds and darkness with no time to rest. This is to reveal the true nature of lust, a howling darkness of helpless discomfort. In traversing over to the woman he was leering at in the lobby, he is set up to be trapped in the Dante equivalent of the second layer of hell. The sin of gluttony pertains to those who overindulged in sensual pleasures such as addicts. They are subjected to wallow in a putrid sludge produced by cold, toxic rain. Mike, as a victim of some form of abuse by his father, as implied by more subtext, is an alcoholic. Who is drinking in no small part to quash his grief over his daughter dying. The Room, despite his tragic backstory, has no problem creating this layer of hell for him. A crack in one of the walls of 1408, caused by Mike throwing a chair, oozes putrid water and is, later, replicated all over the walls and the ceiling of the room during an earthquake in which icy water is sprayed over him. During this abrasive shower, Mike opens a bottle of booze he has been drinking, guzzles it, and pours it over his head. The sin of gluttony accompanied by the payment for that sin. The sin for the wrathful is found in the foul, swampy river Styx, where the actively wrathful fight each other on the surface, and the passively wrathful lie beneath the surface, gargling on their own symbolic hatred. Mike would be classified as passively wrathful, or sullen, in that he is depressed, bad-tempered, and gloomy.
Sir, I will not tolerate you speaking to me in that tone of voice.
You're an idiot! I'm gonna sue your ass! I'm gonna take legal action! What's wrong with you?
After he pours the booze over his head, he proceeds to strike a moving painting of a ship on a stormy sea. Before he can, though, the picture explodes, and he is submerged in the questionable water on the verge of drowning. Those in the seventh circle of hell are burning over a scorching desert plain. There is violence against neighbors, self, and in Mike's case, violence against God, which is blasphemy.
Is God there?
Yes.
Do you really believe that, Daddy?
Yes. You know what I think. We should have done more!
We did everything we could.
No, we didn't. We should have helped her fight.
Oh my God.
Instead of filling her head full of these stories about heavens and the clouds and nirvana and all that.
His payment is seen in the heat of the room.
I need you to send somebody to fix my thermostat. Room's on fire.
A burning sensation that he'll have to revisit on a loop forever. There are many arenas to fraud, the eighth circle of hell. Mike's particular brand would be a sower of discord. This is the sin of discombobulating society in order to satiate an egotistical drive. Mike perpetrated this discord through his writing that purposefully dispels an afterlife and the existence of God.
You like shattering people's hopes.
Oh, that's bullshit!
Why do you think people believe in ghosts? For fun? No. It's the prospect of something after death. How many spirits have you broken?
While in limbo, Mike, through the lens of disquieting camera work that forebodes his upcoming hell, is layered in front of and behind spinning fans, blades chopping at his figure and beheading him. Then seen again when he thinks he's left the room, signaling that his escape is false, and that he is still in the realm of Inferno. Sowers of discord are mutilated and slashed into pieces by a demon with a bloody sword. In the room is a hammer-wielding psycho who is constantly swinging at Mike, threatening a similar fate. The final layer of hell is treachery, where people who have betrayed others in close relationships are frozen in ice. Mike's treachery stems from his abandonment of his wife after their daughter's death.
Walk out, you disappear. Leaving me what? Not divorced, separated? I don't know, it's not clear.
The room, thusly, freezes.
This is level 9. Deepest level of hell. Furthest remove from all light and warmth.
And while trapped in this icy environment for his treachery, Mike's doppelganger, the mirror of his sinful nature, shows up to betray Lily once more.
Just come now. I need you. Talk to anybody. Just come straight up to the 14th floor and walk through the door.
Do not!
It's life or death, sweetie.
Go! Okay. Come up to the room!
Let me talk to you about Katie.
Shut up! Lily, don't listen to him!
Yes, good.
It's a trick!
Right there.
Don't come up here!
Purgatory is an old and widely held belief about the afterlife.
Thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, and for the day confined to fast in fires, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burnt and purged away.
The Roman Catholic Church still believes in the existence of purgatory for those who need to be purified from attachments to sin by God so they can inherit a state of bliss in heaven. God is not a tormentor, but he does allow for the reality of the sin that one has committed to manifest, as it does, in the form of pain. If not for God's desire to eliminate sin, many might be trapped in hell. But, out of grace, he allows for the purging of sin that prevents people from entering heaven so they can at some point join him in paradise. In the second part of the Divine Comedy entitled Purgatorio, once Dante passes through hell, he's on the other side of the earth and has to scale a mountain called Purgatory. Each layer of the mountain is made up of one of the 7 deadly sins that Dante will have to traverse so as to mature spiritually through suffering and reach Paradiso, or paradise, a blissful Eden, which resides at the top of the mountain where Beatrice, Dante's love, waits for him. Mike, after experiencing the many layers of hell as spawned from his sinful nature, seemingly escapes the room only to be forcibly returned.
I was out! I was out! I was out!
Within his state of hopelessness, he reaches out to God.
I was out. Please, God. I know I was out.
And immediately, a door appears. Mike begrudgingly asks for it to be opened.
Open it.
And as it does, he can hear the laughter of children, the preacher's voice from the beginning of the movie talking about how the payments of sin is hell, and as this portal to some other dimension impacts him, he sees his daughter.
Daddy,
No. You're not Katie.
I need help. Please.
You're not real.
Followed by witnessing her die all over again. And turn to ash.
You bastard!
Upon experiencing this pain, there is a cathartic burst of anger, followed by collapsing, passing out, and the room restarting its tormenting 1-hour loop. What is being purged from him is the root of one of the largest reasons why he indulges his sinful nature, his bitterness toward God for allowing his daughter to die. When he wakes up at the start of the next hour of hell, he is drained. All of his anger and hubris are gone, and he is no longer interested in self-preservation, but only in 2 things: making sure the room doesn't claim his wife.
By the way, Mr. Enslin, your wife just called. She'll be here in 5 minutes and we'll send her straight up.
She's not involved. You can't have her.
And not dying selfishly.
I've lived the life of a selfish man. But I don't have to die that way.
The room entices him to suicide.
You can choose to relive this hour over and over, or you can take advantage of our express checkout system.
A selfish death to avoid future pain. But it is clear, due to the other souls trapped there repeatedly committing suicide on a loop, that if he were to take his own life, 1408 would claim his soul for eternity.
Five. This is 5.
Ignore the siren. Even if you leave this room, you could never leave this room.
So, he decides to sacrifice himself in order to destroy the room and save Lily from being overtaken. This self-sacrifice signals that Mike's attachment to his sinful nature has been severed, and his own life is forfeited because of his love for others.
This may not all be real, and I may not even be real, but this fire, that's gotta be real.
This sentiment is mirrored by Christ when he professes that, if you try to hang on to your life, you will lose it. But if you give up your life for my sake, you will save it. Christ's sake is righteousness, or the state in which a person is no longer pursuing their own lusts and desires, but pursuing what is beneficial to themselves and others. So, in setting fire to the room, Mike is also setting fire to his own sinful, selfish alter ego. And when he is dragged out of the room and saved by firemen, what is actually being saved is his true self that is set right with God and repulsed by the self that comprised the layers of hell he underwent.
Don't go in that room.
What's he saying? I can't hear. What was that, mister?
It's evil.
A Fade to White opens on the newly purified Mike in a hospital recovering from his burns with Lily comforting him. Lily is Mike's Beatrice, a symbol of purity and innocence that awaits Dante on his completion of the journey toward God. Mike, in severing the connection to his sinful nature, is now able to be with Lily and live a life free from the pain of sin.
But you're gonna be okay. You just need to rest.
Are you really here with me right now?
The camera then crossfades on a city street and pans up to the top of an apartment complex, paralleling how paradise is at the top of Mount Purgatory. This is followed by another crossfade over the apartment complex to a set of white, empty shelves. The apartment building, like a hotel in that it is comprised of rooms stacked on top of one another, is superimposed on top of a similar complex of shelves, which elicits the comparison of the shelves to that of rooms. These shelves, being white and barren, is a callback to the idea that what you take with you in your soul is what follows you in your life. A similar notion can be found in Christianity, in which Christ says, "A good man brings good things out of the good stored up in him, and an evil man brings evil things out of the evil stored up in him." When Mike entered 1408, he brought his sinful nature with him, and the room tormented him with it. Now that Mike has separated away from the sinful nature, the metaphorical room, that parallels himself, is empty and purified. Tracking away from the shelves, we see that Mike is establishing his new life with Lily, who wears white, the color of purity, in his own paradise, out of the hell, past purgatory, and at peace with the afterlife and God.
Don't you love me anymore? Of course I do, sweetheart. I wish we could stay together. You, me, and Mommy.
We can. I got you right here.
I got you now, okay? Oh my God. I'm not gonna let you go.
(1408), instead of harping on fears of survival against predators like in slasher, supernatural, and zombie movies, goes after a more cerebral and frankly more important aspect of life to be afraid of: the seemingly innocuous nature of evil in our own lives.
Some smartass spoke about the banality of evil. If that's true, then we're in the seventh circle of hell. It does have its charms.
And where that evil could actually lead, if held onto, a state of ever-increasing hell. If all the negatives inside us were allotted and made into a person, would we look much different than our evil twin?
It's not that what I'm seeing is not real. It just ain't as real as it seems.
And if given a voice and a will, what would this negative version of us say and do? If given charge over our own wills, where would it lead us? Using the narrative of the Divine Comedy, 1408 gives a unique visualization of what may be occurring inside of many of us right now. Our negatives weighing us down with torments that come from consistently thinking and doing what is fundamentally unhealthy to our minds and bodies. This endless spiraling into our own personal hells should be familiar.
I'm losing my mind.
The journey out of hell that the film offers may not be as familiar. What keeps us in hell, according to Dante's Inferno and the film, is our unwillingness to give up our negative self or sinful nature. But if we were to expel what keeps us bound to what afflicts us and pursue what is right and pure, giving up the self that is self-serving and giving into the self that loves and, like Mike and Dante, is at peace with God, we could escape our own rooms of torment and isolation.
We've only just begun to live.
Thanks for watching. If you like this video essay, be sure to check out these other video essays from Real Dimensional Pictures, and subscribe for more in-depth analysis to come.
A kiss for luck and we're on our way. We've only begun before the rising sun.
In viewing the timeline of humanity, there have been a multitude of atrocities. Sometimes we're swimming in the midst of one. Other times we simply feel the after effects of those that came before as they dissipate. Those affected by them die out. Events fade from memory as they mutate into something else, then re-emerge again and again. When stepping back and looking at them in their entirety, what conclusions can be drawn? One conclusion is that a large amount of these atrocities have stemmed from intolerance. Intolerance is the unwillingness to accept views, beliefs, or behaviors that differ from one's own. An example is the Crusades, which by its end left close to 2 million people dead. The Crusaders, opposed to anyone against their religious doctrine, weren't the first to exercise intolerance. The Romans burned Christians alive, and the Egyptians enslaved the Jewish race for hundreds of years. Intolerance can probably be traced back to the dawn of man, which is to say, the dawn of our lineage. Everything we are and surround ourselves with stems from these peoples and cultures and all the generations that led up to the present. These examples of intolerance through the years of societal and moral development have become regarded as an unjustifiable form of tyranny, a contrivance designed to support whatever our ancestors conceived. Through the invariably negative lens of intolerance, have these precepts, through time, been used to justify abuse, murder, slavery, and the like? Did our ancestors form an alliance with mental artifices that are, overall, damning to their condition as a human? Lost in a mass delusion. What happened to those disquieting contrivances of old? Did they die out, or were they nurtured into another form and carried into the future because they offered pleasure or comfort, causing many to accept the horrific realities that they brought, being kept alive to this very moment within ourselves and the minds of our children and children's children as a quiet malignance coded into the DNA of every future generation? Hereditary suggests that these contrivances live on in the modern era as pathologies of the mind, festering and growing in darkened corners of the psyche, sprawling through lineages, generating trauma, mental illness, tragedy, and forcing descendants to live in the contrived worlds of their ancestors' making that are ultimately evil. The film starts after the death of a matriarch, Ellen, where we meet Annie and her family who are isolative, stiff, and begrudging. She is attempting to live a somewhat normal life despite all of the trauma that she's been through, a lineage of mental illness, a mother with dissociative identity disorder, or DID, and dementia, a father with psychotic depression that starved himself to death, and a brother with schizophrenia that hung himself at the age of 16 after believing his mother was trying to put people inside of him. DID often occurs in the minds of people who suffered through a childhood trauma. Ellen, as a child, may have had something traumatic happen to her to spur on this disorder. So, for an offspring, all it would take is a traumatic event, such as the death of a loved one, to ultimately follow in their mother's footsteps. There's Peter, who appears numb and distant as he spaces out in school, obsesses over a girl, and habitually smokes weed, probably in an attempt to distract himself and black out a childhood trauma of his own. Then there's Charlie, who has what seems to be autism and is severely introverted to the point where she can barely speak beyond a clicking noise she makes with her mouth. Choosing to spend time in her room, tinkering with toys she assembled from animal parts and various plastic and metal pieces. Then there's Annie, Peter and Charlie's mother, who spends all of her time working on miniatures and has a distant demeanor from her children and husband, Steve, who neglects his family and also appears distant. It's apparent, through their interaction and lack of interaction, that all the members of the family carry some sort of resentment towards one another and are simply living together in isolated bubbles, each inhabiting a different room in the house. During Annie's eulogy, she admits that it feels like a betrayal to be talking about her mother in front of strangers, who seem to be her mother's friends. But due to Ellen's secrecy, Annie has no idea who these people are.
My mother was a very secretive and private woman. She had private rituals, private friends, private anxieties. It honestly feels like a betrayal just to be standing here talking about her.
She is completely ignorant to her mother's past surrounding her, the secret friends and secret life Ellen lived staring her in the face. So, a betrayal to whom? Annie's mother lied to and mistreated her whole life, a funeral attended by the living embodiment of those lies. Literally and figuratively, Annie's lineage haunts her waking reality, even if she doesn't realize it. Throughout the film, these secret friends are lurking in the shadows in seemingly every scene. They're all at the funeral, watching, observing, even smiling. And then someone's breath is seen in the air outside Peter's room. It gives the film a truly ominous feeling, as if there is always someone or something lurking in the darkness, callously studying the Grahams' every move. The Graham house itself was even filmed on a soundstage to allow the crew the ability to remove walls from rooms and position the camera further away, giving us the perspective of someone looking in from outside. This outsider perspective is present throughout the film, as if we are observing the Grahams dwell inside a miniature, like the ones Annie makes. An outside perspective in the film can be considered an outside force, or the perspective of someone who is too close to what they are going through. When a person is afflicted with a dissociative disorder, in the same vein as Ellen's, they are detached from themselves and their emotions. They also view people and what is around them as distorted and unreal. Annie, with her mother's capacity to dissociate, seen in her sleepwalking.
Okay, I sleepwalk.
A common symptom of a dissociative disorder, which was most likely exacerbated by her mother's mistreatment, uses models as a way to gain a comforting distance from real life and her family. So when the camera treats real locations like Annie's perspective, voyeuristic wide shots, perfect profiles, and so on, like one looking at an unreal model, we're sharing in Annie's dissociation and taking up the viewpoint that mentally separating from reality is better than being present. In the scene where Peter requests to borrow a car in order to go to a party, the distance between he and his mother is palpable and uncomfortable. They can barely muster the energy to speak to one another.
Does she want to go?
Have you asked her?
This same uncomfortable distance is evident between Charlie and Annie as well. After the funeral, Annie is tucking Charlie into bed, who is distraught from losing her grandmother, being closer to her than her own mother, who she can't even look at. She goes as far as to ask,
"Who's gonna take care of me?"
This could signify a much deeper and more disturbing issue. Why was Ellen closer to Charlie than Annie was? Has Annie always been so detached from her family that she didn't mind her mother creating a wedge between her and her daughter, unto the extent of allowing Ellen to breastfeed Charlie? Annie, taking after her mother's dissociative behavior, remains detached and distant even from her own infant daughter, a lineage of estrangement. What is inherited from one's parents largely is what makes up what they become. A child is predisposed to certain paths in life simply because of what was given to them at birth. So, either by nurture or nature, a person is inheriting what belonged to those who came before them, assembled from different pieces, like Charlie's dolls. Peter and Charlie both mirror their mother's isolative and distant behavior, which means they are exhibiting similar dissociative reactions to some kind of trauma. So how would the family react if a fantastic tragedy was dropped into their lives? If they dissociate from the event, that is, mentally run away instead of dealing with it head-on, what, while they're mentally far off and defenses down, could slip into their midst? And what, while on their fugue, are they willing to allow into their lives in order to find comfort? What exactly is a demon? We've seen rudimentary images of creatures with horns, spears, and tridents from medieval art, but not many sects who believe in demons still picture them like this. There is a plethora of interpretations depicting what demons are, stemming from different religions and cultures, but it is believed the first recorded iteration of what could be considered a demon came from ancient Greece, where they weren't necessarily regarded as being evil. Around the time Homer's The Iliad and the Odyssey were written, in 8th century BC, the word demon had a different connotation. When Homer wrote of demons, which means godlike, he was referring back to Greek mythology. Demons were people of the Golden Age that were transformed by Zeus to be guardian spirits for mortals. They were arbiter spirits that were not gods or men, but resided in the plane between the physical and spiritual world, remaining invisible, only to be known by what they did among the living. These demons would be localized by mortals with the construction of shrines so as to prevent them from wandering restlessly, and would provide protection and good fortune to those that offered their respects. In Plato's Symposium, he surmises that each person has their own demon that watches over them from birth to death. Xenocrates, who is a successor to Plato, postulated that demons could potentially be dangerous, lesser spirits. Hellenistic Greeks then divided demons up into two groups, agathodaemon, meaning noble spirit, and kakodaemon, meaning malevolent spirit. These groups would later become known as angels and demons. The agathodaemon being angels that would watch over mortals and provide protection and good fortune, and the kakodaemon being demons that would move against mortals if they weren't respected, sending illnesses to humans and their livestock. This concept was adopted by Christians, whose beliefs more closely resemble modern-day views of angels and demons, and whose imagery is primarily being portrayed in horror films about demon possession. Fast forward in time to the mid-17th century, when the Lesser Key of Solomon, a spellbook on demonology, was written. In the chapter Ars Goetia, it lists 72 demons, one of which is King Paimon, which, later in the film, is found out to be the entity worshipped by Ellen and her secret friends. King Paimon is a jinn spirit, which derives from Egyptian demonology. Jinn spirits are particularly feared because they are believed to be psychological pathologies that creep in the unconscious mind and spawn madness and disease. Paimon dwells in the desert and is known to be riding a camel. He's one of the 8 kings of hell and controls 200 legions of demons. Paimon is usually accompanied by lesser spirits playing loud music and is bathed in bright, colorful lights, which is used to signify its or its followers' presence in the film. Conjurers seeking knowledge of arts and riches look to the northwest to summon him. They use a shrine featuring his symbol and recite incantations. However, if occult members and magicians wish to summon him alone, a sacrifice must be made, like beheading. Ellen was trying to summon Paimon since she was young by attempting to use her son as a host, but failed when he hung himself. After some time, she was successful in finding a host in her granddaughter, Charlie. Charlie's soul was expelled at birth, cast out into the ether, her body merely being used as a vessel for Paimon, which would explain why she appears so off. Something unnatural was taking place inside of Charlie's body since infancy.
I gave her my daughter, who she immediately stabbed her hooks into,
causing the vessel to be afflicted by a number of abnormalities, like social alienation, autistic-esque behavior, and allergies. Jinn spirits bringing disease when inhabiting people's minds, Paimon bringing physical ailment when inhabiting Charlie. Through one way or another, Paimon was being passed down from generation to generation and eventually made its way to the Graham's family tree, starting with Ellen and eventually to Charlie. Paimon, a psychological pathology, can be seen as a metaphor for generational curse, those contrivances of old, the dark aspects of the human mind that are passed down from generation to generation and can destroy the families that inherit them. This dark inheritance extends out from Ellen to her family, and is carried out by the film's metaphor for what she passes on, her secret friends, a cult pledged to oversee that Paimon inhabits a proper male host. Hereditary has an air of inevitability to it. All the events that occur in the story are predetermined by Ellen's cult, with a larger, malevolent entity creating the environment for the characters and setting seemingly unstoppable events into motion, pulling the strings and enforcing its will. In one of Peter's classes, they are discussing Sophoclean tragedies, and in this scene, they are referring to the women of Trachis.
Sophocles wrote the oracle so that it was unconditional, meaning Heracles never had any choice, right?
The play is about Heracles, a fierce warrior who neglects his wife and son while he is away laying siege on the city of Italia. Heracles' wife, Deianira, learns that her husband has taken a new, younger lover after he conquers the city. Consumed with jealousy, she sends her son Hylas with a robe enchanted with centaur blood, which is claimed to be a love potion. When Heracles dons the robe, it reacts like boiling acid on his skin and nearly kills him, leaving him horribly burned. When Hylas returns with the news, Deianira kills herself, unable to cope with her guilt, which fulfills a prophecy from the beginning of the play. In his weakened state, Heracles begs his son to put him out of his misery, and the play ends with him being dragged away to be burned alive. The prophecy being the catalyst to all the preceding events, a seemingly inevitable outcome.
If it's all just inevitable, then that means that the characters had no hope. They never had hope because they're all just like hopeless. They're all like pawns in this horrible, hopeless machine.
Like the Grahams, no more than pawns in the cult's sinister plot, hopelessly and inexorably falling into their hands. Even as Annie resists her mother's manipulation, taking measures as extreme as not speaking to her for years and keeping her away from Peter.
She's completely manipulative, until my husband finally enforced a no-contact rule, which lasted until I got pregnant with my daughter. I didn't let her anywhere near me when I had my son.
She still winds up in the exact same place as her by the end of the film. So in Hereditary's case, to inexorably become the mirror image of your parents, to fall into the trap of their heritage, is a truly terrifying proposition. As Peter is driving to the party, he passes a light post that has Payman's symbol on it. This symbol is seen many times throughout the film. It's first seen on a necklace that Annie and Ellen are wearing at the funeral. Usually, the appearance of this symbol has to do with cult interference, or a ritual involving Payman. However, it seems dubious that Ellen's cult could possibly stage a ritual meant to take place on this particular spot of the road, but you can see that the place they live is quite isolated. There are mostly country roads that wind between the mountains and woods, and it seems that the road Peter takes is the only one that leads to the party. Charlie, who has a nut allergy, eats a cake loaded with some kind of nut at the party.
Does that have nuts? Because we don't have the EpiPen.
And has an allergic reaction, sending her into anaphylactic shock.
Are you okay?
It's hard to breathe.
Perhaps the cult had known about her allergy from Ellen for some time, and as they remained hidden outside of Annie's home, they knew to prepare the ritual by the light post, while something demonic caused a bizarre amount of nuts to be at the party, which ends up in the cake that Payman, as Charlie, perhaps desiring a new vessel, ingests. So, with Charlie in the midst of an allergic reaction, Peter is forced to rush her to the hospital. Peter speeds frantically down the same road they came to the party on, zooming through the darkness towards the cult's trap, which is a deer carcass they laid right in front of the light post. As Peter swerves to miss the deer, Charlie pokes her head out the window of the car to get more air, and it collides with the pole, abruptly decapitating her. This beheading is a ritual staged by the cult, so Payman can be passed along from one host to the next. So now, Payman has left Charlie's body and is free to roam and find its next vessel. Could Peter have swerved left instead of right? Perhaps the spirit of Payman, or its 200 legions of demons at his disposal, was influencing and causing all these events, making Charlie eat the cake, even making her poke her head out the window of the car at just the right time. This notion gives rise to the question, with so much invisible activity occurring that is beyond human comprehension, how could the Grahams possibly prevent or stop the cult from succeeding?
So does that make it more tragic or less tragic that if he has a choice?
In attempting to delay the inevitable fallout, Peter drives home with a headless Charlie in the back seat and silently sneaks into his bedroom. The sun rises on his vapid face that hasn't rested all night, frozen in terror as he hears the blood-chilling screams of his mother discovering the disfigured body. Charlie's disembodied head lies in the street being devoured by ants as Annie convulses on the floor. Charlie's body is lowered into the ground, into the dirt, as the Grahams sink into the hands of invisible, nefarious forces and into an inexorable nightmare. What do most people do when they're faced with tragedy and are subdued by emotions such as loneliness, guilt, depression, or grief? Naturally, They try to rid themselves of the negative emotions. People's coping methods can lead to positive results, some to negative. For Annie, the coping method over her mother's death is largely negative. She is numb due to her feelings of overwhelming guilt from her estranged relationship.
Should I be sadder?
She then tries to shut out her family by lying to her husband
Okay, well, I'm gonna go see a movie.
and keeping a distance from her children.
Good, you're going. She's going with you.
Great.
Following the death of Charlie, the grief and guilt bottled up after her mother died boils over and spirals out of control.
I just want to die.
The dissociative behavior she learned from her mother becomes worse, and her desire to distance herself from reality consumes her. She goes to group therapy as a way to healthily cope with the pain of losing her daughter, but she ultimately fully dismisses reality, as she pursues the notion that she can be reunited with Charlie through seance and belief in the occult.
I'm a medium, okay? I was seeing apparitions earlier and I just shook them off and I shouldn't have.
Perhaps her detachment and grief are justified, as the untimely death could be nothing but shocking and terrible. But remember, there are positive coping methods and negative ones. If Annie had tried opening up to her family, been honest with her husband, and forgave her son for an incident he had no control over, then perhaps her departure from reality might not have occurred. Upon attempting to attend a support group once again, she backs down and begins to drive away until she is waved down by a woman in the parking lot. She is actually a close friend to Ellen and a member of the cult who has been stalking her since the beginning of the film. But due to Annie's estranged relationship with her mother, she has no idea who she is. The woman calls herself Joan, tells her intimate information, appearing heartfelt and genuine.
My son and my grandson drowned.
And gives Annie her phone number. A few days later, as Annie is painting one of her miniatures, a bottle of paint strangely spills on its own, as if an invisible spirit tipped it over. As the blue paint pools out on the table, Annie begins to wipe it down and notices the piece of paper Joan gave her. After calling her and meeting up, Annie's mask of numbness is lifted as she sobs while describing the sight of her headless daughter and shakily swallows a few pills with some tea Joan made. Or perhaps it's some kind of witch's brew, an elixir designed to make Annie more passive and primed for the intentions of the cult.
How was your relationship with your son?
Peter? A couple years ago, I woke up and I was standing next to Peter and Charlie's bed when they shared a room. And they were completely covered in paint thinner. And I woke myself up striking the match, which also woke Peter up, and he started to scream.
We know now that this is the reason why the family seemed so divided. Charlie and Peter were both afraid of their mother, and Annie resented them and her husband for not forgiving her for something she had no control over.
I just don't want to put any more stress on my family. I'm not even really sure if they could give me that support.
Annie's unconscious self must have known something she was too afraid to admit in her waking life. That she unconsciously knew what her mother was up to all this time, and knew what her children's fate would be if she didn't stop it, burning them to prevent their future misery at the hands of dark forces. But, consciously, this doesn't register for her. No warnings, no preventative measures to what could be stemming from Ellen's influence. Only the resentment surrounding what Annie did remains.
And there is nothing I can say and nothing I can do. Because it happened. While I was asleep.
In the next scene, Annie is constructing a model of the car accident, callously painting the blood around Charlie's decapitated head.
You're not planning on letting him see that, are you?
Who?
Peter. How do you think he's gonna feel when he sees that?
What? It's not about him.
Oh, no?
No, it's a neutral view of the accident.
But clearly, Annie is harboring unforgiveness towards Peter for what he did. And combined with the pain of her loss, she is unable to cope with the tragedy and is using the model as a way to dissociate and reach a comforting distance from reality. Annie's unforgiveness amplifies Peter's guilt to the point where he can hardly function at school and has a panic attack while smoking weed with friends. He even needs to gather courage just to enter his own house to face his mother. Despite all the tragedy, isolation, and bitterness, the Grahams attempt to eat dinner like a functional family, but can only sit in silence, so detached from one another that they just somberly stare at their plates. The bitterness is palpable and uncomfortable. two sides of unforgiveness sitting across from each other. Peter, unwilling to forgive Annie for the sleepwalking incident, and Annie, bitter about the way her son handled Charlie's death, the lineage of estrangement. So when Peter opens his mouth to speak, Annie can't help but scoff, causing her son to react.
You okay, Mom?
And Annie subsequently has an excuse to let out her frustrations.
Don't you swear at me, you little shit! Don't you ever raise your voice at me! I am your mother! And what a waste! If it could have maybe brought us together or something! If you could have just said, I'm sorry, or faced up to what happened. So now I can't accept. And I can't forgive. Because nobody admits anything they've done!
This explosion of bitterness splits the family even more, sending Peter, Steve, and Annie off into their own worlds, alone, leaving them more vulnerable to be influenced and attacked by whatever force that is trying to worm its way into their lives. While out shopping, Annie runs into Joan again, who begs Annie to come to her house for a seance, to which Annie begrudgingly obliges due to her grief-induced vulnerability. She nervously sits with Joan in candlelight, who begins to summon her son Louis. Assuming Louis is real and not made up, he or some other spirit arrives and begins to write on Joan's chalkboard.
Oh, Louis! I love you, sweetheart.
Annie becomes frightened and stops the seance before her dread overcomes her. But while she's leaving, Joan gives her papers with incantations written on them in a foreign language, telling her to try the seance herself to connect with Charlie.
She isn't gone.
In Peter's class about Sophoclean tragedies, written on the board is, "No man is fortunate until he is dead," which is a quote from Oedipus Rex. In the play, the city of Thebes is suffering from a plague caused by religious pollution. Oedipus, the king of Thebes, summons a blind prophet to tell him how to stop it. The prophet tells Oedipus a prophecy that suggests he is ignorant to the fact that he murdered his father and is sleeping with his mother, to which Oedipus immediately denies. As the play progresses, Oedipus learns that everything the prophet said is true. Consequently, his mother and wife hangs herself from shame, and Oedipus stabs his eyes and banishes himself from the kingdom. Oedipus is given everything he needs to escape his fate, but chooses to be willfully ignorant to the warnings of the prophecy. Desperate to find relief from her pain, Annie's willing to try anything. So, in her vulnerable state, she gives into Joan's influence and tries a seance in order to reconnect with Charlie. But she has no idea that Joan's influence is in the best interests of the cult. Annie could have accepted that she needed to grieve normally, and therefore could have perhaps seen through Joan's scheme, picking up on the clues available to her true identity. But she chose to be willfully ignorant so she could find some comfort through her.
You're welcome, Matt.
Oh, it's kind of cute, huh?
Yeah, my mother used to embroider ones just like that.
Did she really? Isn't that funny?
Annie then dreams of walking into Peter's room, and appears to have woken up from sleepwalking when Peter asks what she is doing. The camera remains positioned from the side of Peter's room as it was at the beginning of the film, the outsider perspective creeping into her reality, causing her to relinquish her normal inhibition towards disclosure, now viewing this reality as akin to her miniatures, free from real-world consequences, a dissociative delusion.
I never wanted to be your mother.
Does Annie know she's sleeping? It seems to be the only time she reveals her true self, an outsider looking in.
I was scared. I didn't feel like a mother.
But really, she was afraid of her mother getting near her son, trepidatious of what she might do, yet was willfully ignorant to the reality of what her mother was.
I tried to have a miscarriage.
You tried to kill me.
I love you.
Why did you try to kill me?
I was trying to save you.
Why did you try to kill me?
After reciting the incantations she received from Joan, she wakes up her family and hysterically begs them to join her in a seance. An apprehensive Steve and Peter stand with Annie as she asks Charlie to visit them. The glass on the table moves, and it's instantly obvious to Peter and Steve that whatever Annie is inviting into their home is not benevolent. Annie's persistence keeps the ritual going, as Steve tries to close the sketchbook, used as a way for Charlie to communicate, when a pane of glass shatters behind them. The candle on the table then shoots flames into the air, and we see Annie being overtaken by something. It seems as though Charlie has possessed Annie's body, as she begins to speak in her daughter's voice.
Hello?
But it's not Charlie who possesses Annie, it's Payman.
Why are you scaring
Make it stop! Make it stop! Stop it now! Please stop! Now make it stop!
Steve douses Annie with water, and she snaps out of it. But it's clear that something has taken place that cannot be undone. After Charlie's beheading, Payman was free to roam, but his influence was limited until it found another host. And now with Payman invited into the house, the pieces are set, and the cult's plan has reached a point of no return. Annie's feelings of guilt and grief from the death of her daughter and mother influenced her decision to meddle in something she didn't understand, and she invited something malevolent into her home. Annie refused to face the demented and bizarre reality invading her life and wandered right into the cult's trap, where her grief-induced ignorance could act as a springboard for a belabored ritual to unfold, ushering the Grahams into the nightmarish world of Payman's making. So now, the Grahams' fate is set, and they are powerless to stop what's next. After Annie is possessed during the seance, the camera slowly glides into the miniature of their home, over the model of the accident, and onto a message inscribed on a wall: Liftoch, meaning open, and Pandemonium, meaning wild disorder and confusion. First we see Satany written over Charlie's bed, which is a word used in necromancy, or communication with the dead. Then there's Xxxix, which is a word used to conjure demons. The messages were most likely written by Charlie, that is, Payman, and when Annie sees something as bizarre as Satany written above her daughter's bed, she doesn't say anything about it, as well as the rationale that gave rise for Charlie to write it. Annie even goes as far as to, maybe through sentimentality or grief, paint the word in her model of Charlie's room, symbolically allowing this same Satany, found around Charlie, into her own world. It's this small, private world represented in the models, separate from reality and made to occupy our thoughts, that we actually consider real. A world invented by our ancestors, fabricated by those around us, and, in turn, cultured and grown in our own minds and by our own volition. At school the next day after the seance, Peter sees his reflection smiling ominously back at him and leaves class, terrified. Upon hearing about Peter from Steve, Annie buckles under the pressure from her life, her family, and her work, and destroys all the models in her studio. The destruction of her models being a symbolic act. She used the miniatures as a way to cope by dissociating from reality, turning reality into an unreal, miniaturized version of itself, and allowing her the comfortable distance she required in order to function. Then, when the models no longer offer comfort from her crumbling life, she destroys them in an attempt to finally face the reality that she has been ignoring around her. When she abandons these small worlds of her making, thinking she has come into touch with what is real, she unknowingly trades her comforting dissociations for the reality that the cult has constructed, which, throughout the film, has been slowly encroaching around her, a malevolent world contrived to destroy her and her family. Annie sees drawings of Peter with his eyes crossed out in Charlie's sketchbook, and now believing that something terrible is going on, she rushes over to Joan's apartment the next morning to get answers, but she has vanished, leaving behind a model of a ritual seen at the end of the film made out of Charlie's dolls and a shrine of Peter on her table. Upon finally noticing Joan's welcoming mat, Annie rushes back home to find an eerily similar mat stitched by her mother. While rummaging through her mother's things, she sees Ellen and Joan together in pictures, finds books on demonology, and puts the pieces together, causing her to go up to the attic to discover her mother's blackened body, beheaded as a part of the ritual to pass Payman from vessel to vessel. In class, Peter is attacked. He looks as if he is being strung up by his hand and lip, like a marionette dangling helplessly off of the demented will of Payman.
Satany! Satany! Peter! Get
who seems to be invisibly encircling the family from all sides. When Steve gets home with an unconscious Peter, Annie is completely hysterical. After seeing Ellen's body in the attic, Steve seems to have reached a breaking point. For him, his suspicions about his wife have been confirmed, as he searches for a way to explain everything that's been going on.
This was painted above the body, right? In blood!
You dug up the grave. It was you, wasn't it?
What?
All those nights you were pretending to go to the movies.
We see Steve attempting to write an email to a colleague concerning his wife about a possible mental breakdown. He must have been harboring these suspicions for a while, so why didn't he act on any of them? Suggest she go to a doctor or therapy. He could have spoken up or acted sooner, but he didn't. He allowed everything to continue in its course, opting out of ignorance for the will of the cult instead of a will of his own. So what happens to him next could be seen as some kind of comeuppance for his passiveness and ignorance. Payman and the cult, at this point in the movie, have the Grahams right where they want them. Peter, unable to turn to his family or friends, is completely alone, perfect for what the cult intends to do to him. Steve is in complete denial of what is happening, not wanting the darkness surrounding his family to be real, which allows for Payman and the cult to invade the family's life unimpeded. And Annie, who is trying desperately to discover and prevent the doom awaiting them, is actually giving in to the cult's design. When Steve discovers Ellen's dead body in the attic, this is the interaction that follows.
Why didn't you call the police?
Oh, the police can't help us.
The logic stemming from the events that led up to this moment has Annie in a bind. When she attempted to burn Charlie's sketchbook that she thinks holds the connection to the spirit that wants to kill Peter, her sleeve caught fire, causing her to believe that she would burn too. So, in her mind, she is dealing with something beyond the police that can only be fixed by her.
I'm the only one who can fix this.
She must sacrifice herself in order to save Peter, but this logic serves the cult perfectly. They don't want her to call the police, and they do want that sketchbook thrown in the fire.
If we don't do it, it's gonna be Peter, it's gonna be our son, okay? I know this, I know, so I just please.
When Annie blew up at Peter during dinner, splitting up the family even more and sending them into their own private worlds of detachment and dissociation from what was occurring around them, they were made more vulnerable to attack, which allowed the cult and whatever spirits they summoned to infiltrate into their lives and influence them in their scheme, thus forcing their demonic world into the small, disconnected worlds of the Grahams. So what happens next has all been staged since the beginning. Annie begs Steve to throw the sketchbook into the fire for her, but when he refuses, Annie throws it in herself, causing Steve to burst into flames. This parallels the fate of Heracles, who neglected his family, only to have his wife spur on the events that would lead to his immolation. A light passes over Annie, and all humanity is drained from her face, possessed by Payman once more. The sun sets, and we see at least a dozen naked cult members inching nearer to the house, the world shrinking and walls closing in as their scheme nears completion. Peter wakes up to utter darkness and silence, with Payman possessing his mother, hanging from the ceiling in the shadows. The silence unnerves him as he slowly makes his way down the hallway and downstairs, where he discovers his father's charred, decapitated body, his world shrinking by the moment. He slowly turns to see a naked man standing ominously in the doorway when his mother rushes at him from the shadows and he bolts upstairs. Peter hurries up into the attic, narrowly avoiding his mother, who repeatedly bangs her head on the attic door like a demonic rag doll. He turns to see the place where his grandmother's body once was, outlined with candles and a picture of him with his eyes poked out. He begins to slip into shock as he is convinced he is dreaming, even if he can jump into that outsider perspective to distance himself from reality. The fact is that he cannot escape what is real, that Payman has trapped him. Peter then hears a sickly sound of flesh being cut from above. His mother is slicing into her neck with wire. She must decapitate herself to free Payman from her body and allow it to pass into its next vessel. Significance is placed on heads throughout the film, stressing that what is passed down, the true source of disorder and suffering, is in the mind. Peter looks away to see a host of naked cult members before him and jumps out the window to his death. The sound of cutting flesh quickens. We hear a thud. A shadow floats over Peter's dead body, followed by a light that dissolves into his back. Payman looks around with Peter's eyes and starts to walk towards a treehouse that a headless Annie floats into. Payman ascends the ladder to the treehouse where cult members kneel before him. We see a figure harkening back to Charlie's doll from the beginning of the film, donning her severed, decaying head with a crown and scepter, and the headless bodies of Annie and Ellen kneeling before it. Payman's mission complete, the generational curse fulfilled, like mother like daughter, all headless and dead. Ellen, a blackened, rotting corpse, and Annie, a bloody doppelganger, taking after her mother as they pledge allegiance to the new king of their family, Payman, now dwelling inside of Peter, whose soul is forfeit because of what was passed down from his grandmother. What is this world that we all accept to be real? Is this just the way things are, as if they just occurred naturally? Or is it possible that our very reality is a contrivance, like intolerance? Who made culture? Who made the laws? Who made religion? Our culture and customs are set up the way they are because the succession of our ancestors designed them to be that way. If you look around at the earth, there seems to be a natural order to things. The sun rises and sets. There are days and nights, seasons for growth and death, natural elements. Everything makes perfect sense. It all occurs organically, part of a moving, natural system. So what natural system has our culture derived from? Could the things in our world that don't work for us and have clear negative side effects be due to the flaw in people's designs and artifices? How much of culture is fabricated? Did we invent every facet of this world down to the most minute detail, even down to the way we are supposed to function and think in it? If the inner workings of this system were a natural part of the organic processes of nature, would they spawn such terrible byproducts such as intolerance? So if we ourselves are nothing more than byproducts of our parents, mentally and physically, what are our parents the byproducts of? What contrivances were forged at the very beginning of our heritage? Payment, being a metaphor for generational curse, wreaking havoc on the Grahams, tearing the family apart, is also a metaphor for the evil of the world. We pass it down from generation to generation, especially to those that don't know they're inheriting it, like from Ellen to Annie, Charlie, and Peter. It causes death and destruction, yet the Grahams continued to let it invade their lives. Annie was too distracted with her pain to realize what was infiltrating her family structure, what she was inheriting from her mother. She might have been able to do something to stop the intrusion of darkness, keep away from Joan, not allow grief to compromise her judgment, and initiate a seance which allowed a dark spirit to invade her family, but she was too focused on seeking comfort, causing her to turn a blind eye to the evil encroaching around her. Which begs the question, what are we turning a blind eye to when we're complacently accepting our reality? What do we unknowingly let into our lives? Are we just victims to what lurks in the darkness?
I am not sleepwalking anymore. You understand?
It's easy to shirk responsibility, seeing as how ignorance is a convenient way to avoid a problem. But when does it cease being a valid excuse? When does personal responsibility come into play? Payment causes the obliteration of a family. Evil intent consumed them, and the cult won out, now able to possess riches and knowledge from their god. In the Sophoclean play, Antigone, Creon, the king of Thebes, bucks against the will of the gods and ends up with his wife and children dead. He's punished for his hubris, and the closing remarks of the play state that although the gods punish the prideful, punishment brings wisdom. This is written on the board in Peter's class right before the Graham family all meet their own demise. For those who can live through tragedy, punishment could, perhaps, be a way to learn and become wise. But for the dead, this is impossible. The quote from Oedipus Rex written on the chalkboard ends with, "The dead are free from pain." This is more appropriate to where the family ends up. But before the family dies and are subsequently free, they undergo an extreme amount of punishment. Maybe the wisdom needed to escape their predicament could have been attained before they were fortunate enough to die. To draw from Antigone, if one could give into the will of the gods, their will being a metaphor for what is fundamentally moral and right, then maybe the Grahams could have avoided certain pains and death. In Hamlet, another tragic play akin to Sophocles, heaven and hell are, within its universe, real, and both preside as an unseen presence over its course through dialogue, reminding the audience that this is the reality the characters are dealing with, stuck between two worlds, moving through action towards one or the other. As the play carries on, the sequence of events lead Hamlet, as well as those around him, towards their deaths and closer to hell, while the ideal of heaven looms over all, causing the contrast between the two to become more and more disparate and evident through each successive tragedy. While heaven is a constant reminder throughout Hamlet of what the characters are abandoning, nothing of this nature is mentioned in Hereditary. Not a speck of light is found throughout. Demons are very real in this film, but only until the end is the Trinity mentioned, a very real prospect to the cult that they outright reject.
We reject the Trinity and pray devoutly to you, great Payman.
The statue of Payman with Charlie's severed head is portraying the so below gesture with its right hand. So below is referring to a prophecy by Hermes, a purported magician and messenger of the gods, stating, "Darkness will be preferred to light, and death will be thought more profitable than life. No one will raise his eyes to heaven. So, by the logic of the film, the cult chose not to acknowledge God or heaven, the path of light, and chose to worship Payman, the path of darkness, and subsequently chose this for the Grahams as well. Due to the Grahams' passivity towards matters both spiritual and psychological, the cult was able to control them the entire film and essentially made the decision for them to reject the Trinity, explaining why the movie was filled with an intense foreboding, which inexorably ended with their nightmarish demise. The Grahams never had a choice to follow a better path, one that could lead away from their destruction at the hands of Payman because of what they blindly accepted from their matriarch, Ellen. She and the cult desired pleasure from Payman, which drowned the family with evil designs. In the same way evil, or the entirely negative outcome to thoughts and actions, can consume our own lives, as it comes to us from parents and from the people around us as a byproduct of what lives in their mind and what, consequentially, can live in our own. According to the film, evil can simply exist because people relinquish power to it and give up control of their life, accepting the reality their parents gave them and feeding into the lies and contrivances, the Nazis inheriting intolerance, Annie inheriting Payman. What psychological pathologies are we inheriting from our parents, those around us, our ancestors? What dark and sinister things are we harboring right now that we turn a blind eye to in order to find comfort, avoid difficulties, and overall feel some modicum of goodness?
So does that make it more tragic or less tragic that if he has a choice?
We do have a choice. Our fate is not necessarily predetermined. We can choose a path other than the ones our parents gave us. However, to do this, we cannot allow ourselves to remain willfully ignorant to the dark mental arenas that live in our own minds. We must acknowledge reality within and around us for what it is, so as to not end up living in an evil, contrived world of someone else's making. Do we perceive what is real, or do we make reality out of our perception? When we look into the past and see barbarity and mass delusions, do we chalk this up to ignorance? They didn't know what we know. But what do we know? As we shape our worlds bit by bit through enlightenment, scientific discovery, philosophical discourse, and deep analysis, are we moving miles and miles away from the deranged parts of the past? Or is it all an illusion? The distance? Is the knowledge that we've gained just obfuscating the fact that we're no better than we've ever been? One or two enticing influences away from another form of mass delusion and never-ending barbarity? In the Mouth of Madness is a unique take on delusion and insanity. Perhaps it's just what you believe that's the difference between civility and derangement. And if you can bend people towards believing certain precepts, you can get them to do anything.
You're my mommy. Know what today is? Today is Mommy's day.
How much is life like a movie? Or is it, how much is a movie like life? What comes first? Does art imitate reality, or does reality imitate art? In John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, we follow an insurance investigator, John Trent, who is hired by a publishing company to find a horror writer, Sutter Kane, who went missing just before finishing his new novel.
Kane disappeared 2 months ago without a trace. The police have turned up nothing.
Through a series of clues taken from the front cover of his paperbacks, Kane is believed to be in, oddly enough, a place from his books, a fictional town called Hobbs End. Trent ventures to where the clues lead and finds that the town is, indeed, real, with the same streets, buildings, details, and characters from Kane's books. Kane is there as well, on the verge of finishing his new novel titled In the Mouth of Madness, that he promises, once people read it, will bring on the end of the world. Why? Belief. Through the popularity of his books, that sell more than the Bible, Kane claims that his latest will drive people insane through making their reality and what's in his book indistinguishable. Kane is possessed and influenced by Lovecraftian creatures that make what he writes become real and are, seemingly, bent on the extinction of humans. They are the authors of a particular insanity that inspire Kane, who, in turn, inspires the readers of his work to descend into the world of the novel, into a horror story, a specific genre with specific tropes. A mass delusion. In ancient cultures, communities of people would believe in a god and hear its voice in their mind. This type of delusion can still pop up today in certain groups, but according to the theory of the bicameral mind that posits people 3,000 years ago and back heard voices in order to think, apparently, mass delusion unto hallucination ruled the world. The argument can be made that we've developed beyond the psychological problems of those who came before us. But consider the popularity of religions, the influence of political parties, the spread of popular philosophies and mimetic devices in pop culture and public discourse. Could we be living in an upgraded version of bicameralism at the moment? But instead of the voice of the gods, it's the voice of the writers in our heads that we adopt as our own way of thinking. In the book, The Three Stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, written by Philip K. Dick, we read a dark allegory on what becomes of humanity when they give themselves over to a certain popular influence. In the future world of the novel, people take a drug called Candy, in which, under its influence, models of homes, people, and towns become reality, and groups can inhabit the same fantasy world. Those who consume the drug call it a religious experience, causing a pseudo-cult to form around its taking, and there is a discussion about whether they are actually inhabiting another world. Then, in the story, a new drug starts to emerge, Xxxix, which allows its users to inhabit worlds of their own making, where they are able to change and alter what they want. The drug is introduced on the planetary colonies surrounding Earth through its daughter, Palmer Eldritch, an astronaut and explorer who, after crashing on Pluto, is rumored to be a different person entirely, maybe even possessed by an alien entity. He now sports 3 stigmata: robot eyes, steel teeth, and a mechanical arm. Once a person takes Xxxix, Palmer shows up in their hallucinations, gaining a sort of omnipresence through the ingestion of the drug, and allowing him the ability to manipulate and control users. On Earth, Candy is massively popular, but now, with the emergence of the superior Xxxix, which offers a completely personalized reality, a good deal of the planet could end up switching and becoming one with Palmer. Palmer, through the drug, becomes like a god, omnipresent, inner-present, presiding in the mind. With Candy, the takers are limited to the world of the models, and with Xxxix, their world is limitless. But the price is the permanent residence of an unwanted entity, a nightmare no doubt, the bicameral mind. But instead of a voice emerging from our own mind, making it therefore perhaps escapable, it's a real presence that cannot be shook, akin to a demonic possession. An interesting moral asking the question, if given the right sales pitch, what could we accept? If already so fixed into a certain way of thinking, a certain set of precepts, a certain line of logic or philosophy, or just some good old-fashioned writing, entertainment pleasing to consume and contemplate, what else could we be convinced of if the writers continue to write? In the film, some unknown force is propelling the world into a craze through the popularity of Kane's novels. The words take on a sort of supernatural power, and when read, the reality of the novel becomes the reality of the reader. Just like how when candy is taken, the models become reality to the taker, and when Chuzi is ingested, reality becomes an amalgam of a person's wants and desires, and whatever Palmer manifests, begging the question, what's driving the realities of our own personal inner worlds? Or, in other words, what did we accept into our lives and into our heads to end up, whether in situation or disposition, where we are?
He sees you. Right, tell him I say hi.
But, in actuality, allegory aside, can words hold such influence, and do the writers hold such power?
Whoa, we're not talking about reality here. We're talking about fiction. It's different, you know?
A reality is just what we tell each other it is. Sane and insane could easily switch places if the insane were to become the majority. You would find yourself locked in a padded cell, wondering what happened to the world.
What genre is life? Depending on where we are, who we're with, our circumstances, what we're doing, and how we're feeling, we might find ourselves in a drama, a comedy, a mystery, a noir, or something more akin to horror. For most of us, nothing truly horrifying, but that's part of the thrill of watching a horror film. What would I do in these circumstances? Run? Fight? Freeze? In exercising our own free will, while in the character's shoes, what course would be best? Or does it matter? The characters are at the whim of the screenwriter. We're not watching their choice, we're watching the writers. But what of our choices? How much are they up to us? There is a theory about free will that states there is no free will. When we're born, we have a specific structure to our brain and selection to our genetics which spurs on our perceptions and therefore shapes every decision we make. So are we just a collection of neurochemicals and firing neurons whereby every action, reaction, and interaction is simply an extension? Is free will only an illusion? Well, regardless of the answer, many psychologists and philosophers believe that it is absolutely necessary for people to believe in free will. Studies conducted on those who don't believe in free will found that they took less responsibility for their actions and were more apt to give in to baser impulses. The logic most likely being, we are what we are, unable to change. So what's the point of even trying to be better? But nonetheless, the same study found that belief in a free will to do the respectful and responsible thing led people to do it. Perhaps it is belief that shapes our worldview, and therefore, our actions. A belief system, or a set of mutually supportive concepts considered to be true, becomes a perspective. A belief becomes a personal reality. In what is called genre theory, our day-to-day lives generate certain types of situations which generate typified responses. These codified situations carrying codified responses is what is referred to as a genre. The genre found throughout our day-to-day is a platform for a shared understanding where certain behaviors are expected and a specific social context is built. The genre of work, the genre of family, the genre of relationships, or perhaps these are all subgenres of a much more far-reaching genre, the genre of human behavior, the genre of personal identity, the genre of life itself. Maybe, within the context of all these genres, we're more than aware of their existence and are just trying to play along, trying to keep up with a purpose in mind. We don't really believe that job decorum is the best way to conduct ourselves in a workplace. We just don't want to be disciplined or fired. We don't really think that all the actions needed in order to attain and keep a partner are really that superlative or even necessary. But we follow the rituals anyway, so we don't upset a delicate connection or end up alone. A good deal of people fully accept and integrate into the genres a part of life. Some don't. But even if we don't believe the genre is absolutely necessary, we still believe that we need to adhere to its contextual parameters in order to receive what we want and need. So in adhering to the genres, we're still acting out each typified response as if we had fully accepted and integrated into them. Is there really a difference then between those who fully accept and those who don't, if their actions end up following the dictates of a genre? Regardless of what way we become part of a genre, the reason we play our parts is all the same: a reward. When stuck chasing a reward, whatever it may be, certain patterns of behavior form in order to consistently receive the pleasurable stimuli. In what is called the belief-habit cycle, a certain trigger or cue kicks off a psychological chain reaction where we act out a routine or a typified response so we can receive a reward. But before the trigger becomes a routine response, it must pass through a belief system. A personally held belief is key then to whether a trigger leads to a typified reaction. So if one could influence a person's belief system, you could get them to do anything. When one believes that they must follow the tropes of a genre in order to get a reward, the genre has now become their blueprint for thinking and acting. Whoever designs the genre, therefore, could be holding a good deal of influence. How, though, do the genres we use develop, and how much influence do they actually have? One genre theorist writes, "A genre develops according to social conditions. Transformations in genre and texts can influence and reinforce social conditions. So genres can reinforce and influence culture, but how much?" As another genre theorist points out, genre is a means of constructing both the audience and the reading subject, meaning a genre, in terms of text and subtext, forms a relationship with an audience to the extent that when one is engaged with the framework and construction of a genre, they, in turn, are being constructed by that genre. Some examples of this audience construction can be seen in people's relationship with advertisement. Ads use genre as a contextual framework to interact with an audience in order to persuade them to buy a product. The intent of the advertiser, or in this case, the writer, is to construct a genre that promotes optimal interfacing between the ad and the one witnessing the ad, where a certain type of communication, tailor-made for the audience, can lead to a real-life transaction. Edward Bernays, regarded as the father of public relations, was responsible for ads that changed the way many thought about everyday things. First, we have an ad campaign for paper cups that convinced people their glasses were unsanitary and disposable cups were a better alternative. He also ran a campaign for the American Dental Association to convince the public that putting fluoride in drinking water to prevent tooth decay was safe. Fluoride in drinking water still remains to this day and may or may not lead to health problems. Bernays is additionally responsible for why bacon is considered a breakfast food. In the 1920s, he was hired by the Beechnut Packing Company to create an increase in bacon sales. After asking a doctor whether a heartier breakfast would be better than a lighter one, the doctor confirmed that heartier would be better, and based off of this, Bernays spouted that bacon is a doctor-approved breakfast food, which caused bacon sales to skyrocket. So Edward Bernays can be seen as a writer within the context of certain genres. He worked off of ideological frameworks such as health and safety, and within the parameters of these genres, wrote in his own extension to the pre-existing ideologies for the purposes of increasing a company's profit. We're not necessarily saps for eating bacon for breakfast, but we are participating in a narrative structure created by a writer, Bernays, when we associate the food with a morning meal. The genre of his ad, piggybacking on people's desire to be healthier, made bacon for breakfast a popular mainstay in culture, and we, in participating with culture, take part in the intentions of his writing. So, using Bernays' influence as an example, we can see that if a writer is clever enough, they can invent their own version of the way we should operate, using a knowledge of the ins and outs of the genres we already take part in, and in turn, we could end up living in a world of their works and design.
Do you want to know the problem with places like this? With religion in general? It's never known how to convey the anatomy of horror. Religion seeks discipline through fear, yet doesn't understand the true nature of creation. No one's ever believed it enough to make it real. The same cannot be said of my work.
Sutter Kane cites religion and horror as the genres that he is using to galvanize people into believing in his world. Religion, or an establishment where belief systems are founded, refined, and shaped, uses concepts such as hell, demons, and Satan as an incentive for people to do what is right. Fear of hell could be considered an effective catalyst for belief, but as Kane indicates, it's not horrifying enough. The true nature of creation he is speaking of is to form a world so terrifying that it possesses your entire being, shocking you into accepting every tenet and facet of the presented reality. This form of reality bending is quite common. Need to get a country to willingly go to war? Convey the proper anatomy of fear. If we do not act, the consequences will be dire. It will be hell for you and your children. The world as we know it will come to an end. The enemy will win, and your freedoms will be taken away, etc. Make the threat great enough, and people will happily fight and die so they can protect their families, nation, and way of life, regardless if the threat is real or not. The domino theory presented by President Eisenhower spouted that the spread of communism would bring about the end of freedom and democracy, first overseas and perhaps even in America. In regards to this theory, the US fought a 20-year war in Vietnam, bringing on the deaths of over 58,000 Americans and as many as 2 million Vietnamese. In the end, we lost the war, but as it turns out, communism did not spread over the globe. The threat, apparently, was not what it was indicated to be. A theory is just a theory, sure, but when a theory crosses over into a belief is when a person's personal reality starts to change. Delusion doesn't come from a theory, it comes from belief. Murder doesn't come from a theory, it comes from belief. If you can get someone to believe in a theory, in a concept, in a narrative, in a system of thought, you can get them to do anything.
Your book sounds real. But they've sold over 1 billion copies. I've been translated into 18 languages. More people believe in my work than believe in the Bible.
Kane's writing me. He wants me to kiss you.
Why?
The thing I can't remember is what came first. Us or the book.
We are not living in a Sutter Kane story. This is not reality.
Reality is not what it used to be. I have to. He wrote me this way.
How do we become who we are? Our personality, our identity. In psychology, there is said to be 3 main influences on personality: hereditary, environment, and situation. Hereditary is the genes that we are born with, inherited sets of traits that determine what we look like and our temperaments, or how we react to situations. Environment is the nurturing aspects of our lives from where we grow up to where we spend the most amount of our time. School, work, home, religious establishments, and so on. Situation is what we experience that shapes our development and outlook, such as death, trauma, marriage, divorce, etc. So within the context of genre and the intentions of the writers, how much of our personage is an extension of the ideologies of our time? How much control do we actually have over who we become? Going back to genre theory, genres themselves define and create the situations as much as the situations create the genres. For people construct situations through their use of genres, meaning a choice spurs on a situation which is brought on because of a genre. But we also use genres to create situations. So we choose in what way we use genre. We have some control. Or is there only the illusion of control? Determinism is a philosophy that states that we have no free will. Everything we do is determined by pre-existing causes such as culture, biology, and the environment. In other words, we have no choice. Everything we do is simply a response to what is around us. A biological framework, human tendency, and the genres tailored to these innate human tendencies. So, between the genres, the writers, and in turn, the created environments, the expectations coming from those environments and the consequences of not following those expectations, all harping upon the basic foundations of human biology. How easy do you think it is to write a character?
You are what I write. Like this town. It wasn't here before I wrote it. And neither were you.
No. I know what's real. I know what I am. And nobody pulls my strings.
According to the propaganda model proposed in the 1988 book Manufacturing Consent by Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky, the systemic biases of corporate mass media manipulate populations with propaganda. Through amassed research, they concluded that consent for political, economic, and social policies is created, or manufactured, within the minds of those who consume the media.
I'm not a piece of fiction. I think therefore you are.
An excerpt from the book states, "The mass media of the United States are effective and powerful ideological institutions that carry out a system support of propaganda function by reliance on market forces, internalized assumptions and self-censorship, and without significant overt coercion."
And agenda controlling exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This propaganda system has become even more efficient in recent decades with the rise of the national television networks, greater mass media concentration, right-wing pressures on public radio and television, and the growth in scope and sophistication of public relations and news management.
It's Kane's story. And it'll spread with each new reader. That's how it gets its power.
What about the people who don't read?
There's a movie.
The writers write. They write settings, situations, but above all else, they write characters. A genre can almost be seen as a suggestion, even a strong suggestion, for how a person should think and act. But for those with the means to disseminate a strong ideological system, the goal can be to manipulate people into believing, based on tailored information, that certain courses of thought and action are necessary, proper, and beyond contradiction. A writer doesn't actually need to create the pre-existing causes that lead up to a decision in order to influence what a person becomes in terms of their values, desires, pursuits, and so on. Maybe at one point they did. But perhaps taking a page from the religious systems that kept so many obeying a dogma, even when not in the proper environment, all they need to do is control their beliefs.
Trent stood at the edge of the rip, stared into the illimitable gulf of the unknown, the Stygian world yawning blackly beyond. Trent's eyes refused to close. He did not shriek, but the hideous, unholy abominations shrieked for him.
Kane's muse, the creatures that inspire his writing, is an homage to Lovecraftian creatures known as the Old Ones. Following the tenets of cosmic horror that were fashioned by Lovecraft over his works, Old Ones exist outside the parameters of what human consciousness can understand. Instead, they operate in a plane and, overall, reality that shares no relationship at all to our own. So for reasons that are unknowable, the film's version of the Old Ones are hell-bent on the elimination of the human species. The Old Ones can be seen as a metaphor for the darker and unrecognizable side of ourselves, the unconscious.
The Old Ones were, the Old Ones are, and the Old Ones shall be. Not in the spaces we know, but between them. They walk serene and primal, undimensioned, and to us, unseen.
While consciousness may be the playground of the wakeful state, where we are self-aware and plugged into a carefully shaped perspective that may well be a byproduct of the world that we live, attuned to the stipulations of narratives and genres that create a reasonable basis for thinking and functioning, the unconscious is more primal, more natural, more unrestrained. The psychiatrist Carl Jung believed that within everyone existed what he called a shadow self, a primal, unconscious factor that worked against the best intentions of the moral, conscious self. A good synopsis of this self is, the shadow self goes by many familiar names: the disowned self, the lower self, the dark twin or brother in Bible and myth, the double, repressed self, alter ego, id. When we come face to face with our darker side, we use metaphors to describe these shadow encounters: meeting our demons, wrestling with the devil, descent to the underworld, dark night of the soul, midlife crisis. Jung also referred to the tendencies of the shadow self as a form of madness. Madness that he believed we needed to incorporate into our conscious self.
Be silent and listen. Have you recognized your madness, and do you admit it? Have you noticed that all your foundations are completely mired in madness? Do you want to recognize your madness and welcome it in a friendly manner? He wanted to accept everything, so accept madness too. Let the light of your madness shine, and it will suddenly dawn on you. Madness is not to be despised, and not to be feared, but instead you should give it life.
The psychiatric field contains those who believe, following in Jung's own assertions, that the shadow self holds the key to creativity by transmuting our inner demons into constructive forces of psychic activity. During this process, we come to discover the paradox that many artists perceive. That which we had previously run from and rejected turns out to be the redemptive source of vitality, creativity, and authentic spirituality. So this consciously maligned self may very well be the source of inspiration for countless writers. In Stephen King's The Shining, he writes, "Monsters are real. Ghosts are too. They live inside of us, and sometimes they win." These inner demons that we must struggle with, the source of madness and creativity, could be integrated into our conscious lives and used to understand ourselves, others, and become a more whole person. Maybe. But, to be clear, there is a distinction between facing our demons and giving in to them.
It's funny, isn't it? For years I thought I was making all this up. But they were telling me what to write. Giving me the power to make it all real. And now it is.
In what is known as the Red Book, Jung records his descent into his unconscious by letting it pour out freely into his conscious, whereby he experiences visions and hallucinations. In the text, he faces his demons as they rise from his shadowy self. His experiences include falling in love with a woman he later finds out to be his sister, traversing the land of the dead, getting squeezed by a massive snake, and eating the liver of a child in which, later, the devil calls him hateful. He writes of the last event,
I swallow with desperate efforts. It is impossible. And once again, I almost faint. It is done.
The new Bible streaming out of the shadow region of the unconscious liberated madness.
All those horrible and slimy things trying to get back in. They are true. Come. See the instrument of their homecoming. What you have come looking for. The new Bible. It starts the change. Helps you see.
Perhaps we all have some madness inside of us. Dark parts that are beckoning to come out, inspiring the writers who pass it on to those who live for the next page, the next work, the next pleasure. People celebrate those who can stimulate their minds, give insight and enrich their lives. But what if the darkness is simply perpetuating itself? One individual's unresolved trauma and unconscious madness spreading outward, entering into minds and affecting many. Giving into the demons, a culture of darkness.
Obviously, all y'all's going to hell right with me, so let's get it. Oh, you already here. I'm so sorry. You can't get out. You're stuck. It's over. You heard the song 1,000,000 times and you didn't even know.
A genre of horror bringing into existence, from the deep recesses of the mind, a world of horror, inspiring, maybe even, the end of humanity.
Like the book?
I love it.
Good. And this shouldn't come as a surprise.
Horror writer Sutter Kane, a harmless pop phenomenon or a deadly mad prophet of the printed page. Police believe the riots began because the stores could not meet the demand for advance orders of Sutter Kane's latest novel, In the Mouth of Madness. When does fiction become religion? And are his fans dangerous?
Only if you count X's.
According to Jung, the persona is ourself, existing in the conscious that is shaped by experiences in society and responsible for creating and forming to a model of humanity that is moral, ethical, and conformed to its environment in such a way that a person can gain the most amount of good and keep away from the most amount of consequences and harm. The persona is designed to repress the shadow self and keep all dark and disturbing thoughts and feelings buried, so that they do not interfere with our conscious operations. Jung believed that the shadow does not ever go away, despite the persona's best intentions, but instead arises within our consciousness in various troubling ways. Meaning that the more that we repress our dark selves, the darker they can become. Jung states,
Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is.
Adding that if the darker parts of ourself are made conscious, we could have the chance to correct and modify them, as opposed to repression, where there is no correction. Unresolved trauma from the past can be kept in the shadow self, masked by the persona, and when certain events take place in the present to trigger the memory, along with the negative side effects linked to the trauma, they can lead to negative outbursts. Outbursts are not the only way the shadow can manifest. What demons and devils have been considered, malevolent entities that influence people to do evil things, are what Jung considered to be the impulses of the shadow. So what demons of the shadow have been the inspiration for writers, those who create the genres that others take part in? When did the world come close to some apocalyptic end, like what is seen at the end of In the Mouth of Madness? What or who set it off?
What's it about, the new one?
It's about the end. To everything. And it starts here in this place, with an evil that returns and takes over Hobbs End piece by piece. Starting with the children. It's about people turning into things. Creatures that aren't human anymore.
If a certain individual had his way, the world would currently be in a 1,000-year Third Reich. The end of hundreds of millions of more lives as the genocides would, no doubt, sweep through each conquered nation. People losing their minds, as they are forced to live in another reality, to inhabit a world written by another mind.
I just like being scared. Kane's work scares me.
What's to be scared about? It's not like it's real or anything.
Well, it's not real from your point of view, and right now reality shares your point of view. What scares me about Kane's work is what might happen if reality shared his point of view.
Why? Maybe it's because he was regularly beat by his father as a child, the shadow self harboring deep-seated trauma, a gestating vengeful demon lashing out at those seen as inflicting harm, the demon bending and becoming the man. It's the children that are first affected by what Sutter Kane is writing, by what the Lovecraftian creatures are inspiring, the dark parts of our unconscious. The kids, then, spread it to the parents, like a boy with a highly troubled home life, growing a darkness in his unconscious, passing it on to the adult he grew into, who, in turn, passed it on to the German people, then outward to the rest of the world. But why did the German people so easily give in to him and his ideals? Were they harboring a vengeful demon in their unconscious as well, that allowed them to turn into creatures who have lost their humanity? Fighting back against the aggressors, an unfair reparations treaty, a people suspected of socially and economically repressing them? These hurts felt and experienced as a people allowed for a shadow to grow in the unconscious, causing a nation to fall in line to the dictates of a deeply disturbed writer, someone who embodied the darkness of many and made it real, or as Jung puts it,
His voice is nothing other than his own unconscious, into which the German people have projected their own selves. That is, the unconscious of 78 million Germans. That is what makes him powerful. Without the German people, he would be nothing.
So, without the people, the writer would be powerless. But if the writer writes something that the people want to hear, from some part of the unconscious, from out of the shadow, maybe they gain a following. A strong following.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm God now, you understand?
God's not supposed to be a hack horror writer.
In the parable Death of God, Nietzsche writes, God is dead, and we have killed him. What sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we ourselves not become gods simply to appear worthy of it? What did we have to invent to make up for the absence of God? Where the narrative of a God at least provided a way forward, a context to think and act. When we end this way of life, what context, narratives, genres, and written structures must we invent to forge the reality that we live? And what writers win the title of normal?
A reality is just what we tell each other it is. Sane and insane could easily switch places if the insane were to become the majority.
Which writers influence the most, and what ideologies become lauded in the process? In this context, what could we be sold on?
This shit really sells, isn't it?
More than you'd imagine. Surprised?
Lovecraft wrote of a cult that awaits the Old One's return.
They worship, so they said, the great Old Ones, who lived ages before there were any men, and who came to the young world out of the sky. Those Old Ones were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea, but their dead bodies had told the secrets and dreams to the first men, formed a cult which had never died. This was that cult, hidden in distant wastes, in dark places all over the world, until the time when the great priest Cthulhu should rise and bring the earth again beneath his sway.
Is there something inside of some, a dark shadow in the unconscious that awaits for the writer that will bring on the end? A deep desire for revenge against the malevolence in people, for the pain to stop? A cult of the hurt and traumatized? Maybe. But what of those who casually follow the course and parameters of the culture and environment they are born into, without questioning or resisting that which is out of step with what is, from a simple level, unequivocally morally right and wrong? If a writer can play upon a people, enter in at the right time to the public discourse, and prey upon the darker aspects of their unconscious, it is very possible that they could lead people to entering into their twisted world, their narrative, their carefully crafted work. Within us all, there could be a sleeping darkness more than willing to turn the page into the final chapter of humanity. And as for those hiding behind a persona, make-believing that their well-balanced personality is all they need to be a whole, healthy person, consider the narrative of the film. How John believes that no one pulls his strings, that he's independent, one step in front of the con man's game, but is actually living the life of a simple character that is at the beck and whim of Cain.
You take the manuscript back to the world for me. That's what you do.
What I do?
Always looking for the con. Even now, you're trying to rationalize.
Anyway, your books suck.
If the unconscious remains repressed, the shadow that most of us try to keep at bay, perhaps we're all susceptible to our writer tapping into and exploiting our darker impulses, especially if we fail to acknowledge and deal with them. Maybe we should make the shadow conscious, find out what is there, be unafraid to face what is evolved in the dark. Then we could find out who we really are and seek a way to overcome what has the potential to bring on our own destruction and the destruction of those around us.
This is not a Sutter Kane story. This is not reality. Not reality. Not reality.
This is reality.
Hear that? Reality. Not reality.
Thanks to everyone who has been patient with us. We're trying to get these videos out faster, but we need your help. If a small amount of people who are watching this donated just $1 to our Patreon, we could do this full time. We love making these videos and really look forward to making more in the future. Thanks again, and see you next time.
Here's Darko. Check it out.
A myth can be considered two things: a story that is told to explain something culturally important and relevant, or widely held belief that is false. So a myth can be a device used to pass down useful truths or used to propagate lies. Lies that coalesce into a collective conscious of delusion that can breed rituals, superstitions, and unjustified emotions and modes of thinking such as fear, paranoia.
Did you know, Mr. Torrance, that your son is attempting to bring an outside party into this situation?
A nigger cook.
Anger.
I've let you fuck up my life so far, but I am not gonna let you fuck this up.
Barbarism, derangement, and even elation. The Shining shares a myth that imparts relevant truths, something that we all could have been told around a fire from a wise ancestor if our cultures were still organized that way. A ghost story, a cautionary tale designed to frighten your child's self and keep you from a similar path. The myth of the madman. How does someone become mad? Upbringing? Genetics? What myths about life do we as a species concoct to make sense of why we're here, why things happen? Are all of us trapped in some form of delusion, but are unable to notice because it is so common? How can you tell the difference between the illusion and the reality? Maybe it doesn't matter, if the dream is benign, but where did it come from, and why are we all dreaming the same dream? Are we being puppeted? Has someone manufactured this dream to gain something from us, our bodies, our ability to work? Or did we collectively form the dream to attain pleasure, to enter into an idyllic paradise? But if so, what was wrong with what is truly real? Was reality getting in the way of our pleasures and goals? The question of why there is evil in the world may have a simple answer. People, they dreamed a dream, a nice, pleasurable dream, rearranging their environment to fit the mold, and when something real got in the way of the dream's fruition, they put an end to it.
Now, a word from Ford.
Did I miss anything, dear?
Just the commercial.
From Channel 10 in Miami, this is Newswatch with Glenn Rinker, Ann Bishop, and the award-winning Newswatch team.
Don't worry, Mom. I know all about cannibalism. I saw it on TV.
See? It's okay. You saw it on the television.
How does one attain the idyllic life? A promotion? A spouse? A move? A change? What stands in the way of change? The other worker who wants the promotion? The other spouse? The other bidders on the house? The big other? How about the Jews and inferior races? If they were gone, then life would be paradise. Or if the Indians were gone, then the land would be attainable and life would be better. Or if my family was gone, then I could have the life that I want.
I fear you will have to deal with this matter in the harshest possible way, Mr. Torrance.
But where does one inherit the ideals that guide their desires? For Hitler, the notions for purifying the human race from inferior genetics can be dated as far back as Plato in 400 BC, who thought selective breeding should be applied to forming societies. The American settlers also saw the Native Americans as racially inferior and within the vein of manifest destiny, which placed the primacy of white American civilized culture over every other culture and race, allowed for the justification to marginalize and eradicate those who were considered savage and barbaric. For Jack, the desire to break free from his family can be found in a very popular modern ideal, the American dream. The American dream, in its simplest form, is the idea that, in America, if you work hard, you can have the life you want, a pursuit of happiness, of simple pleasures. But when pleasure is the goal, and the hard labor is without any sort of enjoyment, what would happen to the person if their work could not garner their desires? How would they react to a life spent toiling with nothing to show for it?
How do you like it?
Jack sees himself as a hard worker and his job as the caretaker of the hotel as a chance to become something. A writer, a responsible manager, his ticket up. Though his wife handles the responsibilities as a caretaker and his writing is unpublishable, Jack still views his position as full of bright potential and his family as the thing that holds him back.
This is so fucking typical of you to create a problem like this when I finally have a chance to accomplish something, when I am really into my work. I could really write my own ticket if I went back to Boulder now, couldn't I? Shoveling out driveways, working a car wash. Would that appeal to you?
This bright potential may be in a perpetual state of being ahead of Jack, instead of something that he will eventually attain. But because of his hard work, Jack, as opposed to being possessed by hopeful optimism, believes he deserves what he has strived for, as in, if it doesn't manifest, then it wasn't his fault, but something or someone got in the way. By the logic of the ideal of the American dream, hard work garners desires, but Jack doesn't have what he desires. Not a lusty love life with an attractive girl, but a wife he has no interest in. Not rich, but well enough. Not an easy life, but one of hard work. Not successful, but obscure, and not respectable, but lowly, degraded and middle class. Stanley Kubrick, in preparing the script for and shooting The Shining, closely followed the research marketing agencies were doing on conveying subliminal messages in advertising. A subliminal message being something that isn't necessarily a blip on the screen, but a message and subtext conveyed through audio and visuals that is not consciously understood, but is obtained subconsciously. The theme of learning via TV is predominant throughout The Shining, and since the American dream is such an institutionalized aspect of education and growing up in the States, it is an accessible, easy area of an average American psyche to prey upon in order to sell material goods. The easy life, the attractive lover, wealth, success, privilege. Through one route or another, these ideals become part of the American dream, promises of some sort of pleasure, if and only if you work hard, climb the ladder of business, buy this product, have this personality, look like this. And if you don't, your hardships are your own fault. Of course, this narrative is not so cut and dry. There are innumerable variables that determine whether someone is wealthy or successful beyond simply working hard, such as family, connections, race, sex, education, place of birth, etc. But the myth of the idyllic American life remains, regardless of how implausible it is, or even if the ideals desired will actually bring about the pleasurable results intended. So, when people without opportunity or means cannot afford the ideals propagated, the picture-perfect pleasure dangled out in front of them, pushing them to run like a carrot on a stick, what would they do to attain these fantasies of American lore? Steal? Lie?
Anything? No.
Cheat?
Nothing at all.
Betray? Damage? Injure? Kill?
My girls, sir, they didn't care for the Overlook at first. One of them actually stole a pack of matches and tried to burn it down. But I corrected them, sir. And when my wife tried to prevent me from doing my duty, I corrected her.
When Danny says he learned all about cannibalism through the television, this is one of our first subliminal messages. One can learn all about how to eat each other through following the propagated ideals found in our society.
You mean they ate each other up?
They had to, in order to survive.
Question: what do the ghosts want from the Torrance family? If we look at what the Overlook Hotel represents metaphorically, we can understand the ghost's intent. The hotel is a microcosm of the world, more specifically, a microcosm of America, using America as an example of the problems that are found throughout history and within humanity. Ullman, the manager of the Overlook, and a pseudo Jack Kennedy-looking type, is wearing red, white, and blue when interviewing Jack for the position of the Overtaker, representing seemingly innocent American leadership. And Danny, while exploring the hotel, is wearing the colors in the form of a Flyers jacket.
Dan, did you get tired of bombing the universe?
And Wendy, when representing the comfortable American housewife, and switching to earth tones when representing the indigenous peoples repressed by America throughout its history. and Jack when he is being sold on the insane rhetoric found in the Overlook.
Your son has a very great talent. I don't think you are aware how great it is. But he is attempting to use that very talent against your will.
He is a very willful boy.
So why does America sell the myth of the idyllic American dream? Why do advertisers and corporations and governments all want the American people to unifiedly strive towards some kind of pleasure fantasy? It's so they'll be compliant and work for whatever purposes they have in mind. The ghosts are no different. What they want is people to add to their collective. They want Jack and Wendy and Danny.
Come and play with us. Come and play with us, Danny. Forever and ever and ever.
And they manipulate Jack to accomplish this goal, the past creeping up to ensnare those in the present.
Great party, isn't it?
But what bends Jack towards murder? What do the ghosts use to ensnare him? The fulfillment of the American dream? To be respected?
But you are the caretaker. You've always been the caretaker.
To have the beautiful lover? To be able to do what you want, unimpeded? To have power over others?
Little pigs, let me come in.
But why is this what Jack wants? Where did these desires originate? It's no mystery that when we are born, we're taught about the customs, traditions, and practices of the people around us. We're told to participate in these rituals, or there will be consequences. Ostracization, failed relations, missed opportunities, a personal hell on the outside of society waiting for those who don't measure up and don't comply to the norms imposed. We give in, of course, perhaps without much coercion. We sign ourselves over to the systems in place. A series of social contracts. A social contract for each of our relationships. A set of rules to uphold certain ways of behaving and thinking between ourselves and employers, co-workers, friends, parents, and romantic partners. But how many of these contracts are truly beneficial to those that enter into them? Who benefits more? The employee or the employer? Those above or below? The husband or the wife? If born into a patriarchal system in which the man holds the power, which partner would end up better off?
And we're gonna make a new rule. Whenever I'm in here, you hear me typing. Whether you don't hear me typing, what the fuck you hear me doing in here, when I'm in here, that means that I am working. That means don't come in. Now, do you think you can handle that?
What are we signing ourselves over to? A lifetime of beratement and abuse?
I did hurt him once, okay? It was an accident. The little fucker had thrown all my papers all over the floor. All I tried to do was pull him up.
Subordination and belittlement?
Dick, if you're ready to do it now, I think it'd be a good idea if you could show Mrs. Torrance the kitchen while I continue on with Jack.
Just a little problem with the old sperm bank upstairs. Nothing I can't handle, though, Lloyd. You've had your whole fucking life to think things over. What good's a few minutes more gonna do you now?
In the pursuit of idyllic pleasures, what contracts are we willing to sign? To what or whom are we willing to give ourselves over to in order to get what we want?
Goddamn soul. Just a glass of beer. Hi, Lloyd. A little slow tonight, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Mr. Torrance.
We may desire what these entities are offering, but what they want in return is our lives, a body to work, a mind to process, a soul to appropriate in whatever way they see fit. Though, what's the cost? What becomes of us once we've entered into our agreements? What are we being absorbed into?
But you are the caretaker. You've always been the caretaker. I should know, sir. I've always been here.
And what is it twisting us into?
Has it ever occurred to you that I have agreed to look after the Overlook Hotel until May the 1st? Does it matter to you at all that the owners have placed their complete confidence and trust in me, and that I have signed a letter of agreement, a contract, in which I have accepted that responsibility?
When seduced by what offers pleasure, we enter into a contract.
Say, Lloyd, it seems I'm temporarily light. How's my credit in this joint, anyway?
Your credit's fine, Mr. Thomas.
And in lieu of the absence of pleasure, outside of upholding the stipulations of the contract, it is no wonder why madness forms within us. Jack is the white man, and the Overlook is America, the white party, the white supremacy, the pure exceptionalism.
4 presidents who stayed here.
Royalty?
All the best people.
The suppression of the lessers, the slaughter of the races, the extermination of the unexceptional, the lake of blood overflowing.
White man's burden, Lloyd, my man. White man's burden.
The site is supposed to be located on an Indian burial ground, and I believe they actually had to repel a few Indian attacks as they were building it.
The American ideal, the land of opportunity, wealth, freedom, where the white man reigns. The land founded on the slaughter of natives, on the backs of slaves, the blood overflowing. We're not taught about these unfortunate portions of history, though. We're educated about a fairy tale. Righteous white settlers came, set up colonies, cooperated with the natives, and fought for freedom. And slavery may have occurred for a bit, but we did away with it. It's in the past. No need to think about it.
Remember what Mr. Halloran said? It's just like pictures in a book, Danny. It isn't real.
And there may have been institutionalized racism, but we fixed that too. We're still the righteous settlers who came in on boats. Focus on our accomplishments. We passed the Civil Rights Act, achieved
equal rights for women. We went to the moon.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Focus on the accomplishments
and forget the past. Forget what happened.
It's just like pictures in a book, Danny.
Forget the problems.
It isn't real.
Don't we live in an exceptional country? Isn't it wonderful?
This is probably the most gorgeous hotel I've ever seen.
No need to dwell on the past.
Everything is all right.
We're all gonna have a real good time.
If we focus on the presented surface of our waking reality, we may miss the evil that is lurking underneath. The Shining, through Jack, portrays the downward spiral of someone who lives for idyllic pleasures and has no other compass by which to navigate, leading people inexorably to the point where the axe is applied to anything that gets in their way. The route of madness, lost in the maze, unable to escape.
This is our famous hedge maze. It's quite an attraction around here. The walls are 13 feet high, and the hedge is about as old as the hotel itself. It's a lot of fun. But I wouldn't want to go in there unless I had an hour to spare to find my way out.
In wide shots of the Overlook, there is clearly no maze. Why would Kubrick be so careless? But he wasn't, really. He intensively researched and executed each one of his films. So why is there no maze? Maybe because he understood that we, the audience, wouldn't catch it. Another subliminal message. The maze isn't real. As a matter of fact, the hotel itself is full of logical contradictions. An impossible window, an impossible door, changing hallways. All of these elements work on our subconscious, telling us, even if our conscious minds do not perceive, that the hotel is unnatural and something illusory is going on there. A cardboard, ghostly world, the unreal past. Wasn't it Charles Grady who killed his wife and kids?
Charles Grady is the winter caretaker.
What do they call you around here, Xxxix?
Grady, sir. Delbert Grady.
And weren't his daughters about 8 and 10?
He came up here with his wife and 2 little girls, I think about 8 and 10.
So the ghostly realm isn't necessarily the past. It is a visage of the past, invented as a ruse to lure the Torrances into their dead realm. The Shining can be seen as a contrasting examination, not only in the path of madness, that is, pursuing idyllic pleasures at any cost, which are, overall, an illusion, but the path that, from knowing the objective truth, leads out of the maze and the consequences therein, the path that Danny takes. People from the past manifest evil as well as good from what they did, which resonates into our present, and for those who can shine, they behold those manifestations, these ghosts.
It's just that, some places are like people. Some shine and some don't. I guess you could say the Overlook Hotel here has something about it that's like shining.
While Jack is easily swayed by the evil residual left by what occurred in the Overlook with insinuations of power, pleasure, and prestige, Danny is not so easy to obtain. He has help in knowing that the ghosts in the hotel have set a malicious trap through Tony. When Danny asks about what is in the hotel, Tony shows him. And when Danny is attacked by the woman in room 237, it's Tony that takes control of his body.
Danny's not here, Mrs. Torrance.
And writes out a warning to Wendy. Tony warns of evil to come, so as to have Danny and his mother avoid it. But for Jack, there is no warning, and his own appetites are what end up ensnaring him. Following a past course, the evil like a hook in the mouth, you the helpless fish, the line of history pulling you back, but reeled in by what?
I like you, Lloyd. I always liked you. You were always the best of them. Best goddamn bartender from Timbuktu to Portland, Maine. Or Portland, Oregon, for that matter.
Thank you for saying so.
Lloyd is the first entity that appears to Jack when he offers up his soul for a drink.
What'll it be?
A very close parallel can be found in Faust, when a demon appears to offer Faust pleasure in exchange for his soul. And the line about being the best bartender alludes to this particular demon providing some kind of exemplary service.
You set him up and I'll knock him back, Lloyd. One by one. White man's burden, Lloyd, my man. White man's burden.
If the devil tempts us to sin, it is still our predilections that drive us in that direction. The oppression of the weak, the murder of the defenseless, the opportunity to engorge, the chance for the idyllic life, no matter the cost, the chance to have it all, the opportunity for greater pleasures to come.
Whatever the explanation is, I think we have to get Danny out of here.
You mean just leave the hotel?
If the hotel preys on the weakness of those it wants to absorb, then how does one escape? Be without weakness? Be aware of the trap and avoid it? But how are we aware of the tricks when we are simultaneously being seduced? A shiny veneer, with pleasures and promises of future pleasures. We have to have help, I suppose, in order to see beyond the surface.
Has Tony ever told you anything about this place? About the Overlook Hotel?
Is there something bad here?
You know, Doc, when something happens, it can leave a trace of itself behind. Say, like, if someone burns toast. Well, maybe things that happen leave other kind of traces behind. Not things that anyone can notice, but things that people who shine can see.
The traces of the past, the accomplishments, the mistakes, the bliss, the troubles, the good, the evil, creating paths for us to follow, mental arenas that were tread by those who came before, where they got lost, where they were seduced into convoluted forms of thought. where they lost their minds, surrounded by the dead, who shouldn't have a say over our lives, but still keep us rooted in the illusion of their reality. The truth is, we all have a type of shine to us. Everything in our minds has an origin. What we learned and continue to learn makes up the constitution of our thoughts. Who we are stems back to our parents, and our parents' parents, and their parents. Dead ancestors still speaking, still having a say over our lives, and the lives of those who follow after us. If we only look at our present, at what has been constructed for us, the country, culture, and reality built by those who came before, we may be sucked into a world where, if we simply give in to its fictitious design, every evil for the purposes of pleasure is permissible, and like Jack, we can truly inherit the madness of our ancestors. Then there's Danny. He perceives the evil, experiences the evil, and ultimately avoids the evil through Tony. But what is Tony?
Tony is a little boy that loves my mom.
A benevolent entity?
Is Tony the one that tells you things?
A route to objective truth? Something supernatural that meets us in the midst of our trauma and allows us to circumnavigate the evil desires of those around us? If we end up lost in the maze made by our predecessors, we must be able to find a way out and somehow retrace the way we entered, to relieve ourselves of the illusion, to find a way out of the land of the dead.
What exactly makes space so daunting, and even terrifying? Is it that it's mostly nothing for millions of miles in every direction? Or is it that we don't know what may be out there? Is it benevolent? Or so foreign that what we consider to be evil is just a common occurrence? Upon venturing out, will we find paradise or hell? In the Alien franchise, it's pretty clear that the answer is hell, or at least hell on the planets where the characters look. But what exactly drives them there in the first place? And, given their motivations, do they deserve what happens to them? With Alien Covenant being released, now may be a good time to study the origins of the themes that run through the Alien franchise and see what makes them so effective in creating a sense of horror. The original Alien deals with a lot of important questions about humanity, like, what is it to be human? Are people really so futile and insignificant? The cold, calculating, and unempathetic android Ash in the original Alien is reminiscent of the artificial intelligence HAL from 2001: A Space Odyssey, which is a reflection of the cold, overly pragmatic, and egotistical side of human nature. Instead of having HAL and Ash be a direct contrast to the humans in 2001 and Alien, as is done in other depictions of AI as a morality tale to illustrate how inhuman humanity can become, the artificial life forms in both films seem to mirror their human crewmates. There's an emptiness to the characters in 2001 that comes off in very reserved and void personalities, with little to nothing shown in the way of emotion.
You're working up your crew psychology report.
HAL may seem to act more emotional than the people in the film.
It's rather difficult to define. Perhaps I'm just projecting my own concern about it.
But despite this facade, it harbors some soulless motivations that may or may not be a byproduct of the soulless corporation that made it. The characters in Alien are concerned about money.
And what about the money? If you want to give me some money to do, I'd be happy to.
And overly mindful of corporate rules.
How does that happen?
It happens, my dear, because that's what the company wants to happen.
Since when is that standard procedure?
Standard procedure is to do what the hell they tell you to do.
Which sounds familiar because those are the standard behaviors in a workplace environment. The narrative of the blue-collar working stiff who happens to be in space. But perhaps these capitalist tendencies are fostering something soulless. Ash, who was evil, corporately minded, and entirely disinterested in preserving human life,
Don't touch it! Don't touch it!
should stand out as being quite inhuman and soulless, but instead he blends right in. The crew and Ash are both bound by the same soulless corporate mindset. Hal and its crew are also involved in the same corporate campaign that drives their motivations and subsequent actions. The soulless corporate mindset is an example of the lows humanity can sink to in a potential path that people can take which can lead to their own personal soulless existence. Hal and Ash are representations of the darker soulless tendencies of mankind. Hal displays the pitfalls of fear, the use of cold, unconscionable logic, and the desire for control at the expense of others.
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
Which can be seen throughout the history of man. Ash admires the alien creature for its supposed purity and how inhuman it is as a survivor.
I am clouded by conscience, remorse, or delusions of morality.
And Hal thinks so little of humans that it is willing to kill them all to ensure the success of the mission. If Hal, which is a computer, is no different than humanity, displaying both our good and bad features such as introspection.
But during the past few weeks, I've wondered whether you might be having some second thoughts about the mission.
And intelligence.
I'm sorry, Frank, I think you missed it. Queen to Bishop 3, Bishop takes Queen, Knight takes Bishop, Mate.
But also paranoia.
I know I've never completely freed myself of the suspicion that there are some extremely odd things about this mission.
Fearfulness.
I'm afraid.
And murderousness. What does that say about humanity? Given the narrative of 2001 about man's evolution from soulless ape to human to the superhuman from beyond the infinite, at the human stage we find man in a stagnant state of evolution where they are dependent on technology for every little task.
You're the brain and central nervous system of the ship.
Arrogant about what they have accomplished, and vastly ignorant about the unknown in the universe. Speaking of arrogance and ignorance, this brings up a predominant theme in the Alien franchise: egotism breeding stupidity. The crew of the Nostromo, save Ripley for the most part, are, well, dumb. Or at least not smart or adept enough to take on the horrors that await them. The Nostromo crew, as well as those aboard Discovery 1, face something beyond their egos and definitely beyond their little knowledge to combat: evil. For the 2001 crew, a murderous artificial intelligence, and in the Alien franchise, a murderous alien. With all of mankind's efforts in trying to progress, can society only produce a soulless person who is susceptible to evil and arrogant and ignorant about the universe? Another theme shared between 2001 and Alien to illustrate the effects of ignorance and arrogance on humanity is infantilization. Corporations and technology in both films have become what mankind depends on to survive. But unfortunately, people are too ignorant about the universe and too arrogant and self-assured to learn and adapt to what may lie in the cold expanse of space. So, we are essentially babies, suckling off the teat of technology with very little ability to survive when it comes to what is in the unknown. In 2001, there is a scene of an astronaut in a pair of white short shorts, reminiscent of diapers, having happy birthday sung to him by his parents, while machines pamper him to the point where he doesn't even need to raise his head, just like a baby. Later, the astronauts are also seen eating something akin to baby food. In Alien, the name of the ship's computer in which they receive orders is Mother. Mother! And when the crew of the Nostromo wakes up, They're in capsules wearing the same sort of short diapers, emerging from hypersleep like newborn babes in the unfeeling dark of space. Both crews, as a direct contrast to their infantilization, are put through the rigors of the evil and the unknown arena outside of their juvenile knowledge of the universe, and are utterly obliterated, save our protagonists, Ripley and Dave, who are able to adapt and learn just in time to overcome the evil. Prometheus, upon its initial assessment, was deemed a disappointment, mainly because of the stupidity of the characters. The argument seems to stem from, if these characters are scientists, scholars of logical methodology, and are supposed to be intelligent, why do they do so many stupid things?
She's mesmerized.
Well, in the original Alien series, and within the main antecedents of the horror genre, the idea that man is inexperienced and ill-equipped to handle the inhuman and evil elements that may be found in the universe is a common theme that has some very deep philosophical waters. Around the beginning of the 20th century, H.P. Lovecraft pioneered a philosophy called cosmic horror, or cosmicism. Cosmicism examines how people are powerless against what lies beyond our understanding of reality. All our claims to what is good, evil, and moral are nothing but products of our ego.
Everything will disappear, and human actions are as free and as stripped of meaning as the unfettered movements of the elementary particles. Good, evil, morality, sentiments, pure Victorian fictions. All that exists is egotism, cold, intact, and radiant.
If Shakespeare's claim in Hamlet is that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, then Lovecraft's claim is that what is not dreamt in our modern philosophy might be the cause of our demise. Where Hamlet thought that the ghost of his father might actually be the devil, tricking him into damnation by convincing him to kill his uncle, a Lovecraft story might have the main character come across an entity that is neither devil nor angel, but is simply foreign and not sharing in the mores of humankind. These entities possess abilities and powers that are far beyond basic rationale and people's own ability to defend themselves. The main character's downfall in a Lovecraft story occurs when they meddle in what they should not have meddled in, or when their curiosity leads them down a path that goes straight into the dark depths of the unknown. According to Lovecraft, man is vastly insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe. We are ants that other greater beings can easily and unconscionably step on and annihilate or do with what they please. One of the more horrifying notions to be implied by the cosmicism philosophy is that we are helpless against what exists in the unknown. We cannot fathom the rationale of whatever may lurk in the universe, in the same way an insect cannot fathom the rationale of a human.
It is ridiculous to imagine that, at the edge of the cosmos, other well-intentioned and wise beings await to guide us towards some sort of harmony. In order to imagine how they might treat us were we to come into contact with them, it might be best to recall how we treat inferior intelligences such as rabbits and frogs. In the best cases, they serve as food for us. Sometimes also, often in fact, we kill them for the sheer pleasure of killing. Thus, warned would be the true picture of our future relationship to those other intelligent beings. Perhaps some of the more beautiful human species would be honored and would end up on the dissection table, that's all.
Cosmic horror is what the Alien franchise runs on. The basic thesis of the movies is that the ego of mankind cannot even remotely prepare them for the cold and inhuman evils found in the universe. When one rolls their eyes in frustration at the scientist playing with a dangerous snake-like creature instead of running away, or the crew who thinks they can outsmart what exists in the unknown, we are really rolling our eyes at the arrogance and stupidity of the ego. What does the arrogance that causes ignorance and stupidity lead to? Disaster? Mistake after mistake? people headstrong to the extent that they poke their heads into arenas that they should have never sought, the evil outside of their knowledge, continuously falling into the pitfalls that they have ignored in the unknown. In the Lovecraft short, Nyarlathotep, a city is afflicted with the presence of a pharaoh-type god, Nyarlathotep. And despite the inhabitants of the city having uneasy and tortured minds on account of the strange new figure, they still crowd around him out of curiosity to watch disturbing magical spectacles, one in which ends with them being driven away by Nyarlathotep and enslaved in a hellish dimension. When confronted with evil, and even with a horrified presentiment to warn them of the nature of Nyarlathotep, their curiosity gets the better of them, and they essentially go to hell.
I remember when Nyarlathotep came to my city, the great, the old, the terrible city of unnumbered crimes. My friend had told me of him, and of the impelling fascination and allurement of his revelations, and I burned with eagerness to explore his uttermost mysteries. My friend said they were horrible and impressive beyond my most fevered imaginings.
Where curiosity is not a problem in of itself, when people are so accustomed to evil in their own lives, living in a terrible city of unnumbered crimes for instance, they may have the audacity to cross the threshold of something that may bring about their utter hellish demise. According to Dante's Divine Comedy, what you do on earth reflects not only on where you are put in hell, but what type of punishment you receive. So, in a Christianic religious sense, actions have consequences, if not in life, then in the afterlife. What the horror genre accomplishes is to bring this sort of eternal damnation to the physical, and instead of sins perpetrated in the flesh being a tally towards the torment in hell, actions have direct consequences, and characters get their hell on earth. Where Dante's hell looks like this, the poster art for the new Alien movie looks like this. Pretty similar. The consequence of the characters' actions in the Alien franchise leads them on a course to hell, where there are demonic creatures that brutally murder or essentially rape them. In Prometheus, we find out that the alien creatures came from an alien pathogen, seen in the film as black goo.
Organic.
That another sentient alien race that predates humans, called engineers, tested on a barren planet to make biological weapons. But instead of everything going smoothly, the alien pathogen breaks out and kills the engineers.
You know what this place is? Those engineers, this ain't their home. It's an installation, maybe even military. And they put it out here in the middle of nowhere because they're not stupid enough to make weapons of mass destruction on their own doorstep.
In other words, according to the tropes of cosmicism, they meddled in what they shouldn't have meddled in, and were deservedly destroyed.
It's like a scene out of some sort of Holocaust painting.
So what did the humans do to deserve their destruction? Meddle? Be stupid and ignorant? Yes. But it's the reason that they are stupid and ignorant enough to meddle that is the real problem. Whether it's the soulless corporate mindset that leads people into dangerous places, or our own hubris, the comeuppance is the same. In a grander sense, the examination of the arrogance of people through the lens of cosmicism might illuminate why people collectively march into disaster after disaster, from societal problems such as wars, pollution, genocide, and poverty, to personal problems such as unfaithfulness, self-destruction, and interpersonal squabbles. Is the main issue that we repeat the sins of the past and do not learn from and avoid them, leaving every evil mankind has experienced in the collective unknown to be repeated over and over again? Or are we just too dumb to adapt to anything outside of our egotistical comforts, that we could just walk right into a trap without even so much as knowing that we have crossed an invisible threshold? The narrative of the Alien franchise seems to point to our inability to learn from the past, causing our inability to properly adapt to the present.